Bitches hating out with their friends because you got it. Bro, you a killer, and ain't nobody realer, and ain't nobody realer. Yo, what up? What up? Blue Jay, Nim, Z. Cinderella about to lose the glass off her foot when she finds it. Yo, look at the scene. So, come draft time. I'm down. You just lead the way. You don't even look at me to pay. Mature women with more than me were the first to tempt me. Girl, tame me. I don't even get to ask. I just knew that she was fine. Yo, what up? What up? What up? Ooh, no, y'all are fancy. I'm playing. This intro is for you guys. Yo, there's a new song came out came out yesterday. So first off, it's another one of these like country hybrid songs, which are kind of meta right now. If they're not already, they're gonna be country hybrids, right? We have All the Way with Bailey Zimmerman and Big X the Plug. This song right here. I lost in the pool. Okay, this one's called Bullet. It's with someone named Priscilla Block I'd never heard of, and Vavo never heard of. But it's also got Diplo. Diplo touches in song. Normally it's a banger. Um, but I'm gonna start it from the beginning. I'm gonna shut up and y'all listen to the lyrics because the lyrics are pretty dope, and some of them mad relevant to your boy last year. It's funny. You're funny. Getting the Knicks Pistons. Your one-sided version of us. Banger. Banger, banger, banger. Yo, Nim, do you mind putting me in Snap? All right, give me a couple seconds or a minute. Gotta get my fan just right. In the dark. Okay, you know how fans oscillate? Right? Mine's being I'm trying to think of a cheeky word with oscillation. Okay, leaving it there. All right, there was an OTA in Snap. Let's see what they had. Thank you, Nim. What you up to, by the way? You have to. Okay. Let me turn the music down a smidge. Okay. Let me know if it's still drowning me out. Oh, don't tempt me with a good skin. I am sitting on like 2,500. Okay, we've got a big update this week. Next Tuesday, Card Acquisition 2.0 is officially here, and with it, we finally have the means to give players reliable access to high series seasonal cards after their release. Also note that we'll be skipping our OTA on May 5th. With that, we're going to be rolling out some changes to high series cards that we've had our eye on, but we're shy about adjusting when players were going to have difficulty acquiring them. Before that, though, on the more business as usual side of things, we're going to be making some downward adjustments to Sam Wilson and hold on. And Scream, which have enjoyed continued success over a timeline which we aren't quite comfortable with, and we'll be addressing some cards that have come in lower than we would like from our current what if. Finally, we'll be capping things off with a rework of some of the game's original cards that doesn't have much of a home anymore, something that we'll be striving to do more often. Okay, him coming down to a 2/2, that's solid. I'm not really worried about the explanations right now. 2/1, okay. Captain Carter went to ooh, juicy time. Easier to get her out early and have a better chance of having 2 cards behind her. All right, Captain Carter has been more difficult to make work than we'd like. A lot of this is related to how forced her play pattern is, given that she needs to be in the front row on turn 4 when played, or you're only getting 1 card buffed. This allows players only 2 turns to develop her location and leverage her synergy, as well as, yep. In other words, she has her cost to loosen up her requirements on how you play the game, now affording you a whole additional turn to play your cards in a variety of different ways and combine her with cards that might have been okay. Ooh, he went up to 5/8. Transparently, we missed quite low on Infinity Ultron. Early numbers indicate a buff this large is warranted, and in actuality, this is even larger net points buff. Yeah, because you have one stone doubles his power, and the other one makes a clone of it. For more exactly, a couple things worth mentioning. We've had a large disparity between the strength of 5 energy cards and other cards near the top of the curve. Ultron also represents both your turn 5 and 6 plays. That's true, which means that his impact needs to be properly calibrated to his level of investment. On the other hand, we don't want him to be so strong that he can be a 1-card tool that invalidates other expensive cards and in-game packages. That's a pretty tough balancing act, and for now we're starting here with some more power. However, we're experimenting with more changes. This is another advantage of, in snap packs, players will now have greater access to recently released cards, and we want to ensure more than ever that our cards land in appropriate and fun power bands. Speaking of card acquisition 2.0, here are some cards we're buffing with the rollout. Toxin, okay. Penny Parker, my girl. Wait, what? Oh, this is the now. Oh, okay, 3/4, nice. Fastos at 3/4. We love that. I've been using them in my my deck, and there was a period where I used her in the deck too. I might throw her back in there for poops and giggles. Rhino at 3/6. Whoa! Add a rock to your side of this location. Rhino's original function was largely usurped by cards like Scarlet Witch and Nocturne, meaning he didn't have a home anymore. We hope that this design gives us new life to the card and offers an interesting game piece. A slightly overstated card with a drawback that also gives players the opportunity to leverage the rock in a variety of ways, like with Strange Supreme. Our goal is to roll out these reworks of cards more frequently than we have in the past. Damn, 3/6 and your downside is a rock, which you can use with Patriot, Marvel Boy, Hazar Blue Marvel decks, Cole Obsidian. Although now you're really committing, or actually Rhino and Cole Obsidian. That's all you need there. 16 power. Unintended interaction. Toxidoxy will no longer be able to hit skills in your hand. That's all for today. Boom. All right, let's definitely try new modern cloning. We already had Fastos. That's juicy. I like the new, not much, long morning, but I'm here to watch the Titans choke out of season. I mean, it looks like, which color you want, Katie? It looks like the Titans are gonna be getting Cam Ward. All accounts, unless something crazy happens. Dude, the Pistons just tied it up. Let me get that scoreboard up. Ooh. Ooh, those might be the two I don't have. I have black, I have garnet, I have red, I have white, I have green, charcoal gray. Okay, what we're gonna? Oh yeah. Maybe we take. Okay, we're trying to get Penny Parker in the deck again. It's either a Koye or Hulkbuster that's coming out. What time is it? 7:27. De donde eres? Okay, a Koye for now. Unfortunate. Yo, Rhino though. Hold on. Wait a minute. Rhino though. Rhino. All my hoodies are black and one red. Are you a Secret Dogs fan, Nim? They Carhartt, so no stealing. Okay, that's pretty clean. Yo, look at we got a new bug. We got a new bug on Snap. What do we have here? Foil, but this but pink rays? Question mark? Do the Oilers play tonight, Katie? I'm only gonna play Timothy Chalamet, Shalalala Mama, and then Ben Stiller getting rowdy. I saw you've been playing today. I peeped the Alliance board earlier. Oh man, you know one thing I didn't do since last stream is set up all the playlists. Yo, I'm adjusting the thing bottom right again. It keeps getting y'all get it? Revert like decreased indention. Honestly, I should not have played her here because of Sakar. Okay, never mind. That worked out perfectly. Just kidding. Alright, that's good enough for now, yeah? Y'all see it? Y'all don't even notice it. Probably. And then now I've made it a point, and now you can't unsee it, huh? I bet. Yep. That would be. It all depends. Oh wow, my voice just peaked. How about I don't speak again? I feel like it all depends on the name of who was gifted. Like if it's a longer one, they like a Megazoid in Power Rangers or something. They just line up and like Voltron. Juice box anyone. We all need some. I agreed. I can't type. I can't. What's happening? I don't even know my own emote prefix right now, guys. This is the calm before the storm. Ooh, this is oh, no good. I wasn't paying attention. Not ideal. No bueno. Oh, this is a cool squirrel. Apparently this Squirrel Girl variant has unique squirrels. He's got his cheeks stuffed. That's great. I love that. I'm staying in. He's got to beat 8. I. Hmm. Oh no! Don't do it to me. He beat it. He beat 8. Did you say fruit punch piss? What does that mean? Did you get Toxie? Yo, okay, so peep this. Unique squirrels, yeah. It's something we've been asking for a while, and they're starting to do it more and more. But it's those little tokens that cards can create, and them having unique variants. So like that Squirrel Girl had it. This Squirrel Girl has it. Zombies, right? Little zombie squirrel. Terrifying. The opposite of the other one. And then what's his name? There's 2 variants that will give you a unique Bucky. It's pretty sick. Where's he at? There it is. See how like all of the different variants have the same Winter Soldier? They're different Bucky Barneses, but they're different. They're the same Winter Soldier. But yeah, there are 2 now that give you a unique Winter Soldier, and one they're like super badass. What we need is a Doctor Doom who gives you unique Doom bots. I don't think there's one yet. That wasn't ideal. Yo, what up, Water? Water? Oh, we're just playing a little Marvel Snap before the NFL draft here in a second. See, I got me a little scene for when the draft happens. Skirt. We don't like. Why don't you like Doom players? The only cards I really find cheesy, but then again, you know, it's your game. You play how you want. Is Loki and Hela. See, most people are playing this. They're playing some form of Thanos, right? But they're playing a Thanos deck that has Strange Supreme in it. That's what my opponent just played. I think it's like this or something. What you up to, Water? You mean like as in someone played Gamora on a Wong or a Karmatage, or do you mean in like 2 different games you lost to a Gamora? Also get good, scrub. I'm in school? Question mark? Up to nothing? Like you're currently in school? You must be on in the eastern side of the world. On a location that filled it with oh dude, Bar Sinister. Ah, nice. Well, don't let my stream get you in trouble or anything. Ooh, dude, the Pistons are battling. Series tied 1-1. This one's in Detroit. We love sports. Sports are cool. Singapore, hell yeah. It's cool how video games and Twitch bring people from all over the world together. That's awesome. All right, it's 7:36. Let me see what's up with the draft. Here. Starts in 23 minutes. Yeah, what do you mean people like me? What do you mean? It's like in the movie Tropic Thunder. He's like, you people. He's like, what do you mean, you people? Like, what do you mean, you people? I don't know how much I want to play Snap. I do want to play with Rhino. Hold on. I guess we'll throw Rhino in here. Oh, we're gonna take him out. Put Rhino in. Yo, Katie, name a character in Snap. Just name a Marvel character. Hopefully, it's a they're a honey. Bot Spider-Man. Not okay. All right, fine. That holds up. That actually ended up holding up. I was thinking something like Invisible Woman or Magic or go Gwen, but that can't deny. Um, where is he at? Which Thor do we want? We have a lot of Thors. That one maybe? The beard. That one's pretty sick. That one looks. Oh, we got a brawl happening. Cat. Not well. It's not actually happening. It almost happened. Damn. Keep in mind this is in Detroit too, where Malice in the Palace happened. All right, we're gonna go with the beard. No, no, no. Just this one. Why is equip all on the left sides? Get that over there. Dude, I'm obsessed with this song. I'm not gonna lie. Have time for like 2 days of blue pants. Ooh, I like where your head's at. Mm. All right, yeah, we'll play this later, and I can get some of these done like that. Yo, Nim. Okay, so the clip, the milk, mommy, the milk one. That was made the night of the stream. I take it. But when did you didn't have to you didn't have to type it in. You didn't have to type it in, dude. Um, when did the command get made? Have you been working in the shadows? Now, do I need to check my command list? I just dodged a bullet. Yo, Nim's been in here adding all kinds of commands. Nim, why is there a command exclamation point 2 fingers 1 ice cube? What else do we have here? Exclamation point in the forest, but not? Hmm. And then maybe I did this one. Exclamation point find me under the cover. Yeah, that sounds like me. What are you doing over here, man? I didn't make that. Yeah, no, I'm the first two I may or may not have ad-libbed. I made it right after I clipped it. Oh, okay. Oh, hold him off. Yo, that Ellie has just emotes for days. Who fingers one ice cube? No, you didn't mess it up. I actually just don't have a command for that. I made that up on the fly. Hold on, but I might make one. First Quavo song I've really fucked with since Takeoff passed. Rest in peace, Takeoff. Oh no, hold on, I forgot. You need to do what is it? Dollar sign parentheses user close parentheses. Yo, what up, PB? Have a good night, man. I appreciate you swinging by. You think Liverpool get it done this weekend? Uh, hmm. Wait. Oh, I'm an idiot. All right, try. Nim, will you try it? Try that one more time. The two fingers one. Two fingers one Creed. I hope so, man. Can't have Arsenal winning anything. Facts. All right, man. Have a good night. Appreciate you swinging in. Hell yes. Yo, what up, Captured? Hope you're feeling okay. I know you said you were taking some new medication. That is absolutely not what you probably would want to see. My OnlyFans consist of highlight reels of me in escape rooms. It's for the. Hold on. Uh, that would be hilarious too. Um, Audio's all good, right? Music's not drowning me out. All right, we gotta go quick. We gotta maybe got time for one day because I lollygagged. Again, I learned a couple things. I've done one run off stream. Oh, actually, good comms. Uh, so Eventually you get things called upgrade disc. So that was the run I ended up doing basically. But you get upgrade disc, and I was able to put one in a computer, and I could pick between 1 and 3 cards. And I picked the storeroom, which gave, and then it gave you 3 different options, and I picked the extra lock key. Although the 10 gold was mad tempting. And then there was one more thing I wanted to show that I found this. I eventually got like a library or a mail room, and then it told me what I had already figured out on my own, which is turning all of them purple. But speaking of the breaker box, and I was telling them this, I found out that you can turn back on the dark room's lights even if they've already busted or like flipped off with the breaker room. You can also shut down some security card like terminals. It wasn't a grind, it was one run. It was a good run though. Hold on, one more time. So 25 rooms. What was it? Ooh, okay, I lied. It might have been 2 runs because that picture does not include a dark room. Oh yeah, I did a second room and it wasn't ultimately good in terms of length. That's what she said. But it was good in terms of me learning stuff like with the dark room. But I only went like 6 rooms, went to the right, and the dark room caught me. What did I miss? Oh, you said Tad, all right. Katie gave 31. Dude, sugar mommy. Rip. Damn, you only have 31,000. I guess I should have known that because you gave him 50%. So that, makes sense. Yo, what's Z's username exactly? Does it have an underscore as well? Well, I guess we'll find out. I don't think it does. All right, let's get it running. 750. Ooh, not shaping up nicely. I love this little room. When you get to the library, it's cool because it'll tell you, like, it'll show stats and stuff, and one of them is like your success rate in this puzzle room. And there was one, like, I was at the time 5 for 6, and you might remember on stream I came into one of these one time, saw it, knew what box it was, but I completely forgot you got the key right here. So I saw it and I was like, oh yeah, you get a key later on and I'll have to come back. And then I never came back. I'm okay. That's great to hear. What you up to tonight, Captured? You gaming on anything? Dude, I need a longer cooldown on the gamble thing, if for no other reason than uh the chat element. There's so many commands. Wait, you have 20,000. You probably have 20,000 channel points. You probably have even more Creed Seed, which is the stream element. Okay, the other 2 boxes are true. The other 2 boxes are blue. The other 2 boxes are empty. Okay, that's obviously false. That can't be true. Logic. Oh, I put this, dude, the sleeping mask. So on the one of the 2 runs, um, Thank you. I got a sleeping mask for the first time, and the sleeping mask is awesome. Although I'm kind of Cuckleberry Finn. We only got one door left. We really need some spreading. We gotta spread ourselves. Looks like it's the den. Only one to win. Spread them? Ma'am. You can't just say stuff like that. You gotta pay channel points or something. We have 4 gems off the rip. It's 7:52. Alright, we're gonna have to come back to this. We can gems. Salt shaker. I still don't know what that does. We're broke anyways. Broke boys. 1 gold. Broke boys. Speed running. No, we wanted the observatory to turn upward. Oh, damn, captured. How many channel points do you have? I kind of like these options, though. I also, yeah, I went to the library. Again, on the 2nd floor, it's cool because it shows records. Ooh, and then so last time I had the library, I could pick which book I wanted like a librarian to pull out for the next time you got it. And I didn't know, one of them was talked about Marigold or whatever, and that's like the daughter of the tycoon whose house we're trying to own. But I was like, there's also one called drafting strategy, and maybe that can give me some cool stuff. Whoa, hold on. Checkout card. What's that? Simon P. Jones. All right, we'll come back to this. Oh. Yo. Okay, we definitely are going to read all this, maybe off stream, but fire. I love how you go up the spiral staircase too. Very cool. Stats. Neat. See, watch. Parlors drafted 7, solved 6. My perfect record is ruined because I forgot about the key. Very sad. 2 for 2 on billiards though. Monolithic guitar roll. When I first flipped to this page, I thought it said contraceptives I've made. Contraceptives I've made. See, I was like, dude, contraceptives I've made. That doesn't seem right. Library unlocks lore. What I'm gonna wonder is like, so I got this time, cool. Next time I get a library, it'll be reset, and it'll probably have the little piece of paper where I choose the next book I want. I wonder if this will be an option again. I'll have to remember which ones I've gotten and whatnot. I also, at the bottom right, it says library rank 4. I've been noticing that some have different ranks and stuff. Even, so obviously what did I upgrade? The storeroom. I used an upgrade disc on the storeroom and upgraded it. That should obviously have a higher level. But other ones also, like some were for 5, and I hadn't upgrade disc them. So I'm curious to see what affects that. Anyways, let's get ready for the draft. Yo, what up, Hoodie? Evan Mobley, you think? I think one thing that needs to happen is they should decide they should either choose the award winners before the playoffs after the regular season, or after the finals. You have 4.4K? Where's all your... I feel like you should have more channel points than that. KK, I'm lurking for real now. Sorry, I'm a couple drinks in. No, 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 no. I scared Katie away. You know I don't mind when you said spread them. I'm a couple drinks in, yeah. And then she lurks. Very sad. Join the club, buddy. Sorry, Creed. Oh, you joined the club, buddy. That's funny. Did I miss any? They don't want to see us winning. I saw that. I do feel bad. Okay. The homie hoodie's here. Yeah, the slow reveal is kind of cool. But it's just like, I feel like if you did it at the end of the regular season, I don't know. I think the awards are both simultaneously an individual award, but yet the voters do factor in team a success, obviously, and whatnot. What was I gonna say? Uh, but the more the playoffs the more the playoffs go on, and then awards are given, the more the team aspect will invariably become factored in, if that makes sense. And so it's just like, okay, are you gonna factor it in or not? If so, you know what I mean. I'm cool with either way, but like when you think of Shea and Joker, you can't help but to think with each one of these games, the way the Thunder look and how Jokic had 7 turnovers the other night. Um, that what was maybe a 50-50 or even a 51 Jokic favor might be, 55 in Shea's favor currently. Okay, I gotta get music up again. Sorry. Yo, Nim, if you're still there, will you put me sports again? Wait, Evan Mobley, they announced that tonight? I haven't even seen that. I've been so busy. What awards did they? Dang, I thought that it was really gonna be between Dyson and what's his name? And Wimby. Hell yeah. Evan Mobley. Yo, they're showing this little montage of the Green Bay because they're hosting it. The draft rotating to host cities is new. This is maybe the 5th year. I wanted to get a bingo for this, but then I thought that would be so hard. Like I would have to make, I guess, 4 different. I need to make several cards, maybe 3 or 4, and then just give y'all them the different ones randomly. You wouldn't know what you'd have, so there would be multiple winners. But it just, yeah. Yo, I built this all by scratch, by the way. How does it look? Ooh, I don't have alerts though. Not ideal. Not yet, at least. Boom. But they're showing Cam Moore. So you're a Titans fan, Nim? I'm just happy he won. Yeah, so he did win, clearly. Uh, what other awards did they announce? Just that one right now? All right, give me 1 second. I gotta do a little, what's the word I'm looking for? Promoing, I guess. I need to text a couple buddies that we're getting going. Okay, never mind. I guess. How do you make a link on Discord? Oh, we're getting started. Okay, what do you, I mean, in fairness, the Raiders are on, they got our boy Brock Bowers last year, and he was incredible. So maybe the momentum's there. Where do I think Denzel Burke's going? Oh, it's so, dude, everything. I mean, this is one of the toughest drafts I can remember in a long time to kind of predict and see where things fall. I mean, you talk about Shador Sanders, who could go literally third, or he could be in the second round. Um, I think Will Johnson from Michigan is a stud, but obviously coming off a major injury, didn't get to play a lot this year. Luther Burden to me was the best wide receiver in college football going into the season. Obviously, then Jeremiah freakazoid, right? And then Luther Burden runs a terrible, especially for a receiver, uh, 40-yard dash at the combine. But I still think there's a difference between 40 speed and getting like I just think he's still a baller. Now in terms of Denzel Burke, if I had to guess, I think he's gonna be a. I don't think he's gonna be drafted tonight. I do think he was Ohio State's best defensive back. Um, and I think whoever gets him is going to be getting a great, great corner for whatever pick they're getting him at. But I don't think he'll go tonight. Also, I wanted to make a quick mention of what I mean down here. So there's a lot of um, versatility factored in, and then how important that position just generally is, right? Like we edge rushing is crucial, and Abdul Carter is a stud. So boom, same thing with Jalen Walker, and I added Jalen Walker over say some of the other edge rushers, in particular Michael Williams from Georgia, who might go before Jalen. But what I love about Jalen is, and it's hard not to, yes, first, cliche, coach's son, right? But he's been interviewing apparently brilliantly. Like, just, I mean, so well spoken, and they're loving that about him. The reason that I have Jahdae Barron, cornerback from Texas, there are Travis Hunter is obviously going to go ahead of him. Will Johnson's going to go ahead of him. I'm not he's not even the best or second best cornerback necessarily to me. But what I love about him is he has, well, first off, he has incredible stats. He has four, well, I'll say that in a little bit. I think he's going to be drafted. It looks like Roger Goodell's coming out right now, talking about something. Some dude on the first off, they have a lot of bicycles. Roger Goodell came out on a bicycle while I was doing my like substantive spill. I have the commissioner of the NFL on a tricycle, I think, in my eyes. Okay, let me get caught up. Looks great. Titans gonna fumble it as of now. Most improved player, six man, and defensive player of the year. What a crowd! What up, Balweezy? Who are you wanting your Falcons to pick? Mike Green, edge to the Falcons. Wheezy F. I saw you on Last of Us, dude. There is a lot of people there. Holy crap! I just saw this shot too. I mean, are we surprised it's Green Bay, right? Like honestly, this Green Bay should have been the inaugural one of these when they were like, "Hey, let's start shopping around the draft and moving it city to city." Why did we like? I'm a Steelers fan. I still don't understand why I wouldn't start in Green Bay there. Um, they did, and maybe it is, but I'm terrified Bowers is going to develop like crazy for a few years, and then we lose him. That's a possibility. Hold on, let me see what this man's saying real quick. Oh, now I see why you're saying Wheezy F. Lil Wayne is on the stage. That's awesome. I mean, he's been a big outspoken Packers fan for a while, even though he's from New Orleans. Oh, Ahmad Green, he was a baller. Ahmad Green has a shirt of himself on it with a dragon behind him, and it's Wayne. He has a shirt of himself with a dragon behind it, and it says all-time leading rusher in like Packers history. What is going on, Clay? All right, I'm gonna get. Clay Matthews has got a letter. Oh, that's actually hilarious. I wish Matchy was here for that. Dude, he made it seem like it was Clay Matthews comes out and he makes it seem like he's like, "Oh, I got a message from President Trump. He wanted me to say this," and he starts opening like an official letter and he's like, President Trump wants to say to all 32 NFL teams," and he opens and he goes, "The Bears still suck." Ah, that was so good. The Packers rivalry, baby. Rode out on a Packers bicycle. Wait, you don't think I like Mike Green, but you don't think y'all can get somebody better? Where do y'all pick again? 9? 9, right? Hold on, I need to. No, 15. 15, 15. Whatever. I can't figure it out. Trying to figure out how to make a link on Discord. All right, the Titans are officially on the clock. 9.5 minutes. Let's see who they go with. From most accounts, they're going with Cam Ward. And apparently, a lot of teams have been trying to trade up. They've been calling the Giants, they've been calling the Browns, and they've been calling the Titans. The Giants and the Browns have apparently fielded calls. We'll see. Um, Speaking of which, I need to get my like breaking news Adam Schefter mode ready here. Go Twitter. Boom. But the Titans apparently at no point entertained talks for that pick. So I think they're going with their guy. Now they just recently, not a first round pick, but they recently drafted Will Levis. We know how that's been. More memes than not memes. Okay, we did have a trade earlier today. The Texans, this is some later round stuff, so it actually won't matter tonight. But the Texans traded their 5th round this year and 2 years from now for 3 of the Browns picks this year. The Browns gave up 2 in the 6th and 1 in the 7th this year to get a 5th round this year and then a 5th round in 2 years. What are honestly, actually that makes sense. That's not dude, the Browns are weird, right? They're still obviously struggling for picks because of the Deshaun Watson trade. So maybe they're just trying to get like some quality picks back in stock. We got 7 minutes still left with the Titans. We just need to go defense. Ward goes here. Yeah, y'all's offense is set. Like y'all kept all. I mean, oh, hold on. Bijan is in his 2nd year. No, 3rd. This will be his. This will be his 3rd year. Where does time go, bro? Bijan's 3rd. Is it Drake London's 4th? We're still waiting on the Titans. They're showing highlights of Shador Sanders. Give me after I get these. I should have done this earlier. I blame Nim for making me play blueprints. I'm just kidding, Nim. I wanted to get it like a message out there like, hey, draft stream now. That's one thing I need to get better at. I've struggled for years with is like promoting my stream, like going on Snapchat, putting it on Facebook, uh, Instagram, stories, things like that. So for the Steelers, we're in a weird position. Our quarterback room is, by most accounts, not good. Terrible, really. Mason Rudolph and Skylar Thompson. Now, I've liked Mason Rudolph. I thought he should get more reps. You go back a couple years ago for the Steelers, but yeah, it's not a great room. Now, I love that we got DK. Don't get me wrong, but and I said this at the time. Okay, hold on. The Titans might be getting their call in. Steelers. So the Steelers traded for DK Metcalf. DK's dope. Love that, right? And honestly, sometimes I love the idea of if ultimately the way the trade kind of worked out, we essentially traded our second round pick this year for DK, give or take. Um, and if you were like, would you trade a second round? A pick's great, but it's also like it's an uncertainty at the end of the day, right? It's like, would you rather have DK, who's an all-pro caliber receiver, or a second round pick? Um, but one thing that I told my buddy Austin at the time, I was like, the Steelers are so good at drafting receivers, though. Now, sometimes they go batshit crazy. Martavis Bryant, Antonio Brown, Plexico Burris shot himself, although that was when he was with the Giants, but nonetheless. Um, and but we have stud receivers, and I think there are some gems late in the draft. Two, one, Dane Key. I don't even know if he'll be drafted, even in like the fifth round. But Dane Key is I love him. I think he's super underrated. So anyways, I bring that up because if we still had our second round pick, I would prefer the Steelers to not take a quarterback with our first pick, which some suggest we might, and then see if we can get Jackson Dart or Quinn Ewers in the second round. And I know Quinn Ewers' stock has dropped a lot, especially after his pro day, but he's still a baller. All right, let me get the music back on. The Titans pick is in. Hold on. It says pick is in, but we're still listening to Booger McFarland. Not ideal. They did. That's a good shout. I was too busy. Yeah, Ward goes here. Agreed. Oh, hold on, hold on. I want to get predictions going. We'll make this one quick. All right, quickly. Gamba's in. I haven't heard Roger Goodell say anything. 30 seconds. Valweezy, if you're on your phone, look at the bottom left of chat where there's like a little number. You have like a currency there. If you click on that, you can or at the top of chat, there's like a little drop down bar. You can predict and you can like gamble with your fake currency. Oh, someone's going all in the unexpected. Scattigbo probably goes in the third round. Where? A good question. I wouldn't mind him. The Steelers, we got rid of Najee. We did pick up Kenny Gainwell. Hold on. Cam Ward it is. The Steelers, I would love Scattigbo since we got rid of Najee. But I think he'll be a third round pick. Unfortunately, we only got one. The two people who voted both voted on the same thing. So no one's going to win any money, but at least you win money, your money back. Well, I tried to make it so where like Cam Moore, like if I had a ton of people doing it, it would probably have swayed where like the majority picked Cam Ward because he was the favorite, so it could be like easy money, like to get it right, kind of gambling. But if you wanted to flip an underdog, okay. So for this next pick, let me try to give y'all a little bit more time. Who gets drafted? Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter. Trade. Other. Jacksonville. Wait, a trade must have already happened. I must have missed that because the Browns were supposed to be on the clock. Hold on. Well, then I can't make that as an option. The Jaguars are on the. Ooh, I gotta include Mason Graham. I don't know why they would trade up to get Mason Graham though. All right, Gamba's live. All right, Gamba's live. I gotta see this trade. Where did that come in? The Brown. And what did they get? So the Browns traded down. Browns are trading the number 2. Hold on, I gotta get. That's one thing I didn't get included. Twitter, Adam Schefter. Can y'all see that? Is that big enough? Oh yeah. Oh, we're cooking. Oh, the one bummer is I was hoping the draft recap would like update itself. Doesn't look like it's doing. Oh, there it is. Oh, we are cooking right now. Okay, yeah. As y'all can see, the Browns traded the number 2 overall pick, a 4th round pick, and a 6th round pick. Which keep in mind the Browns just how many 6th round picks did the Browns have? And the Jaguars are trading the number 5. So essentially, the Browns traded down in order to gain a 4th round. I mean, I'm sorry. They gained a 2nd round. They traded down 3, got a 2nd round pick, swapped 4th rounds, presumably. Browns are getting the 104. They got the 126. Yeah. And whoa, whoa, whoa. And they're whoa. The Jaguars really sent the lick. This was a good trade from the Browns, I think. You know, they managed to hey Sel, they managed to re-sign Myles Garrett, right? So when it comes to like do the Abdul Carter is one of these next players potentially picked. Um they don't really need another pass rusher, I guess. Uh I like this from the Browns. They not only gain a 2nd round, they also pick up a 1st round next year from the Jags. Really wonder who the Jags are going to go for here. Let's see. With tonight's trade, the Browns are now armed to select a quarterback in this or next year's draft. They currently own 3 of the top 36 picks. 5, 33, and 36. They own the Jaguars 26 1st round. Wow. At 34, Jacksonville's James Gladstone is the NFL's youngest general manager. Damn, Shefty, that's cold. You needed to include that in the tweet after Jacksonville maybe just got fleeced. I mean, I don't. When you look at the first part of the trade before the 1st round pick, what up, Big Dog 9000? I appreciate the follow. I was confident on Hunter. Never mind. I thought you said it was Ward. I picked Hunter because someone said Ward. Damn, is Jags coming to get Gentry? I thought so when they were at 5. I thought they would get Mason Graham, maybe. Um, cause I think Mason Graham is about as safe as a pick in the draft as you can get. Right? It's always good to have that run stopping, blocker clogging, a gap annoyance interior defensive lineman, right? And then on top of that, Mason Graham has great, like all accounts, his personality's great. He has a great engine. I thought they would go someone like him, but did they draft Travis Hunter? It says the pick is in. I haven't seen anything yet, but the camera did cut to Travis Hunter. Uh, The only other on the clock blockbusters that involved two teams in the top five were in 2017 and in 20. That's quick research there, Shefty. I see you. The Bears traded the 3 pick that became Solomon Thomas. Chicago selected Trubisky. Okay, let's see what we got. Music. Pause. I appreciate the follow, big dog. They will go running backs. Giants will get Hunter. Huge for the Browns. Probably Hunter. Lawrence and Hunter, that's interesting. Agreed. Honestly, if it is Hunter, that's a good pick for them. Because when you think of uh organizations that, okay, I don't want to say the concept of playing both sides of the ball is a gimmick, right? And it's like demeaning by any means. But we do know that there are certain franchises or there are certain coaches, there's certain like cultures that seem like they would be more willing to like to be the team that lets a player do it predominantly, right? And as notably as what Travis Hunter is seeking to do. Like the Steelers. Like, I'm not saying we wouldn't let him. I just saying there will be other older Steelers who, like, let's say he has a bad game on in defense. There's a lot of Steelers legends who might be like, well, that's why you focus on one side of the ball, right? So Jacksonville's a good organization that they don't have that legacy to worry about. It honestly would help them start kind of a legacy, and then they need help on both sides of the ball. They need playmakers to help Trevor Lawrence out, and they also need help on defense. So that would be a fire pick. Let's see what we get. Haven't seen it yet. Announce it already, bro. Stop fidgeting with your pockets. Oh my god, this dude hasn't. I hate this guy. They went Travis Hunter. Um, where is Travis Hunter from originally? I think he's from Florida, right? Oh, he's the pink suit. I think that's a like again, it works. I actually him going there, I believe that he'll play both sides of the ball a good bit, if not like as much as he physically can hold up to do it. Yo, let me say this: I didn't hear any of the backstory on who that guy was announcing the pick, so I actually don't hate him. He might be I don't know, but dog, he would be like, and with the second pick, the Jaguars of Jacksonville. It was killing me. Yo, man. Ooh. Yo, Hoodie, Valweezy, have either of y'all heard this song? I'm sure you have. It's been out for like a month and a half now. Well, one thing I can tell you is I wouldn't be uh like trying to super embellish. He kept looking um but it depends. If I was getting to do the Steelers, ideally they would let me go up there with the Steelers legend, but it would be something like let's say we're in Houston. No, hold on. I need a city I know the nickname of. Uh it's in Nashville, okay? Here we go. No, it's in Detroit. It's in Detroit. What up, Motor City? No, okay, I don't got it. I already quit. What up, Motor City? I'll make it quick. The Steelers are about to pick another stud because that's what we do, and I'm out. Cornerback from BYU, Two Hands McGee. Okay, where they're showing highlights of Travis Hunter. Oh, okay, that's another. The next thing I want to do is show highlights myself in between this. They got to be tiny, tiny highlights, little tiny ones. Oh, nope. Okay, I have a lot of videos up for like Jacob Parrish from Kansas State, but I don't think he's gonna be drafted tonight, so maybe I don't even need to show these. Xavier Restrepo, another slep on receiver, phenomenal route runner. Talk about polished footwork. Xavier freaking Restrepo. Hold on, let me pull up. All right, I'm gonna show those in 1 second. What do we have here? Hmm. Oh, that's fitting. They're showing Don Hudson's like locker room in the Green Bay like Hall of Fame, and he's the only player in NFL history with 400 career receptions at least, and at least 10 interceptions. Obviously fitting. Deion Sanders in the 1996 season, last player with 8 or more starts on both offense and defense. Now, see, that's one of those metrics that could easily been broke. Like you just start him one down, you start him on a couple plays. I'm more interested in how many game like you nowadays it's a 17 game season, so let's just say eight, not eight, seven. We'll even be generous. And at least 7 games, you need to play over 40% of the snaps on both sides of the ball. The Giants are on the clock. Ooh. Dude, they have so much recovering to do. The Saquon stuff, bro. The Daniel Jones stuff. Losing Saquon to keep Daniel Jones and then not even keeping Daniel Jones for an entire year after. Remarkable. Oh, we got the Giants pick in. Hold on. Oh, knew that. I forgot to do a prediction. Ooh, someone picked Travis Hunter on the last one. Hell yeah. Abdul Carter's a stud. Before they even show any highlight packages, you know what they're gonna probably do? They're gonna talk about Stick City. They're gonna show a graphic. I'm calling it bingo card. Stick City. If you know, Stick City is now a tradition at Penn State where some of their best player, or their best defensive player, essentially, ideally it's a pass rusher, edge, someone in the front seven. Not even a pass rusher, front seven. LeVar Arrington was not a pass rusher by trade. But it's now a point of honor to wear the number 11 at Penn State, and they call it Stick City. Like 11. Um, and so because you have LeVar Arrington, stud, second overall pick to Washington back in the day. Uh, Navarro Bowman, stud, alongside Patrick Willis for San Francisco, and then more recently Micah Parsons. And as a fan of soccer football, I love the concept of like having a tradition of a number meaning something, right? Like in soccer, you there's several numbers like that, right? Like if you go to a big club, if you play for Liverpool and you're Liverpool's number 9, that's a lot of weight. Their number 7 is even more legendary. Um, So, in world soccer, you have your 10s, your 9s, your 7s. Your if like in Italy, they revere their 4s because they love defense. So, anyways, I actually really respect that from Penn State. Like, I would love if Georgia had something similar where, like 90. I'm trying to think of numbers. where we've had several dope pass rushers, for example, all wear it. Oh, another example is, in fairness, the Cowboys with 88. Dez Bryant, CD Lamb, Michael Irving, right? Oh, the Falcons are hoping they have their start of their number 7, little Mike Vick. Dude, Abdul Carter's a stud. Gosh, he's a stud. Yo, what up, Ethan? It'd be crazy. Okay, sorry. With the next pick in the draft, the Windy City selects not who they should have. Windy City is another one I should have been able to think of quickly. Hopefully, Genty to Vegas. Is that who you're wanting? What's next? New England? I think New England goes. Uh, Will Johnson, maybe? Someone to protect Drake May. So my thing with Will Johnson's very good. I honestly think some of his rating right now, though, is in part to his interviews and like, again, the intangibles, because he doesn't have the longest arms, which you don't love for a tackle, right? Um, but Will Johnson's the one who had a badass quote earlier in the year where basically he was talking about how being an offensive lineman and being judged versus, say, a defensive lineman or a pass rusher. And he says something like, he's like, if they get 1 sack a game, they're a top 5 pick. If I give up a sack a game, I'm working at McDonald's. Nothing against those working at McDonald's. I think he actually even added that part. He goes, nothing against those working at McDonald's, but you get what I mean. And it's like, it's true. Like, you have to be almost flawless as an offensive lineman. But a defensive lineman, honestly, if you get in the NFL, right? There's 17 games. If you only got 1 sack every other game and got 9-ish, 8.5, now you're obviously not getting close to beating the record, but that is a service. Like, you make bank with a 9. If you average 9 sacks a year, incredible. Obviously, for the top ends, you want to be pushing 15 plus in any given year. But I think last year, who led? Was it Darnell Hunter with 17-ish? No. Trey Hendrickson from the Bengals definitely led, because I remember seeing the stats about the Bengals being the first team in NFL history to have like the receptions leader, the leader in passing yards, and the leader in sacks, and not make the playoffs. And of course, it's one of those stats where you're like, well, how many teams have had all 3 anyways, regardless of making the playoffs? But anyways, Trey Hendrickson finished, but I think he finished like 17, 18. If someone wants to look that up for your boy, that'd be clutch. It'd be crazy if they go QB. That's right. They got. Why am I blanking? Did they get Russell Wilson or Justin Fields? They got Russell Wilson, right? Yeah. Where did Justin Fields go? Why do I not know this? Oh, he's with the Jets. That's right. Oh man, wow, wicked, 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 wicked. Uh, what do you think, Ethan? What you hoping for? Okay, let's see what Shefty's saying. Has he got any updates for us? Jaguars are expected to play their first round draft pick, Travis Hunter, on offense and defense. They will onboard him by giving him a heavy dose of the wide receiver position while still playing him at his more natural position on defense. 2 positions for pick 2. Um, you know what that sounds like is he's gonna be a receiver. And honestly, this is probably the better way to do it, right? Like, let's say hypothetically, he's still a rookie. Okay, and I know that he averaged what was like 114, no, like 108 snaps a game, which is absurd, or whatever the numbers were. But he's still going to be a young man in a grown man's game. So hypothetically, let's say you go into the season, like let's try to get him on the field for 40 snaps, okay? And then you're like, do we split it 20-20? And honestly, it's probably better, especially to start with, to go like 30-10, right? We're 30 to receiver because he is he is a better cornerback now than he is a receiver relative to the field. And you just feel like he would need more reps at that, right? And that could help him become, I don't know, we'll see. But it could be, they could gimmick him and let him be like, hey, we'll give you 60 snaps, 30-30. And then 8 months from now, they might actually have a chance to win the AFC South. He picks up a tiny little niggle in his ankle. See how much he plays on both sides of the ball the next game. I hope he does. I think it'd be cool. Dude, Abdul Carter's a baller. There's a reason why I put him, regardless of what team needs. Because even if you have 3 elite pass rushers, it's so hard to pass up Abdul Carter unless you desperately needed something. Okay, hold on. We got the Patriots. I'm calling Will Johnson here. Oh, Campbell, not Johnson. Obviously, I meant the offensive lineman. In fairness, Will Johnson's right by my peripheral. Will Campbell's way down there. But I was talking about playing tackle, short arm for a tackle. He talked about not giving up sacks. His suit is incredible. He looks like a 1920s mobster. Oh, that little handshake thing with his agent or whatever, pretty clean. I wish I could show. It would be black screened if I showed y'all what I'm seeing, as y'all know. But the thing about Will is he can play both tackle, but what they're going to want him for clearly is to protect the blind side. He's got more reps at left tackle. He's been in a pro-style offense, although nowadays most college big programs are. The idea of like a team being so heavy option oriented that it affects a draft prospect's ability to learn NFL offense isn't that much of a dynamic currently in college football. So, in fact, you see coaches like Joe Brady win a national title at LSU, offensive coordinator, and then go and be an offensive coordinator in the NFL and with the Bills. And in his first full season, his quarterback wins the MVP, right? So that whole South Carolina should have beat LSU, by the way. That was some robbery. Yo, damn, my bad, Ethan. Obviously, again, as y'all know, just like with Newsday, when I have all of these windows up, it's so easy to lose chat. I maybe should just pull it up somewhere else. Oh, y'all hear that net crack? No, what are you up to? Okay, Honor is a goofy ass. That isn't so true. Okay, the next team is the Browns. And some of the people that are... Oh. And... So Genty's on the board. Here are some of the best remaining ones. And then let me read Ethan's chats because I have certainly missed. I think Tyler Warren's a stud like most people do. I mean, he has the potential to make an impact on a team from the jump, not too dissimilarly to how we've seen Brock Bowers do for the Raiders. All right, Ethan. We all know how he's going to cook. Masterclass. H-Town is Houston. That's Katie's licking feet. 9 sacks is fire. Pass rusher is probably most important defensive position. Yeah, the two most important things on a roster is to handle when you're playing American football is quarterback play, and getting to the quarterback. Eagles win because of their lines, not sexy, but it's what win games. Facts. And they recently paid the homie Cam Jurgens a good paycheck, but he's earned it. He was so good last year. I want best available player. We are pretty solid still. Poor Travis Hunter on the Jags. I think offense better for him. He's got the speed and he's not. And oh, that's another thing I was gonna add is like when they do play him in cornerback, it's definitely going to be as like the off ball or the slot corner to the field side, so he doesn't have to worry about as much field or as much room to potentially get meshed. Curse making me lose cubes. No way Creed making curses. No, Cell's our curse maker. Happy Friday Eve. Creed so cursed. I hope the day has been a good one. Too hard. You Creed might be biased. I'm with the Gamecock analysis. I like LSU because they beat Oklahoma when I was a youngster. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Ethan. I was like, man, that dude he looks like he's literally been through a gauntlet. Moon Knight. The moon haunts you. Oh, they're showing the Browns draft room. Why are they all smirking and stuff? That was really super weird transition. Oh, dude, we just caught them. What just happened on live television is the equivalent of when a teacher comes back into the room when everyone's supposed to be working. The camera cuts to the war room of the Browns, and no one's doing anything. They're just sitting there, and they all kind of like collectively realize the camera's now on them. And it's like, oh yeah, research, data, analytics. Mason Graham, a safe pick. I think that's a good pick. Again, safest, arguably the safest pick in the draft. Everyone needs that position, even whether you run a 3-4, a bear, a 4-6, a 4-3. Doesn't matter. Even nowadays with those kind of like Spagnolo packages, where you essentially your ends are every bit as likely to drop and cover the flats as your safeties could be to blitz. Um, you still need that anchor in the middle, and again he's got a great engine which everyone loves. Hold on, changing the playlist real quick. So I'd have to say that's pretty good from the freaking Browns, right? They trade down only 3 picks. They pick up not only a second round this year, which already is fire, but then they also get a first round next year. And they get a stud who will occupy blockers and is relentless and has a great motor, great locker room dude, has pedigrees, won a national title, and he gets to be next to Myles Garrett. Oh, sorry, I forgot to. Cassian Andor. Have you seen the first episode yet, Cell? So Moonlight slash what? Such a pretty pup with the brindle. Brindle's a great word. Great word. So is grundle. I like to have a nice brindle in my grundle. No, I don't think they did blow it in the end. Mason Graham, a great pick. Who's next? The Raiders. Ooh. Do they go quarterback? This draft is so interesting. I mean, for months, especially around January, February, and stuff, all the chatter was about Shadur to the Raiders. Shadur to the Raiders. Apparently, they were even interviewed. There was interviews with uh Dion, maybe. Um, that's obviously cooled recently a lot. But are the Raiders happy with their quarterback room? Browns use the 5th pick. Carolina has been fielding calls about trading the 8th pick. The projected Patriots It's pretty good. I forgot they got rid of the Georgia boy. What's his name? David Andrews. Please break my heart. We got Genty. So if they're gonna go offense, obviously Genty and Tyler Warren. If it was another team, I would. Generally speaking, I would rather have Tyler Warren than Genty, and I think Genty is gonna. I mean, it's gonna be good. But obviously the Raiders don't need another tight end, so Genty. Imagine them pairing Max Crosby though with Jalen Walker on either edge. Yee. Yee. How many episodes did they release? I thought they were doing weekly. Isn't it one? Ooh, so Pistons are down 6 right now against the Nickeronis. Cheeks are clenched. No way Cell didn't wait. How many? Yo, what up, Matchy? How many? How many episodes did they release? 3? 3? Oh, that's right. That's right. And I think they even did one on like ABC. They did the thing to like bait people. They're like, hey, we'll give you one, put it on ABC, and then if you want to watch the rest, get Disney Plus. Sucks to suck, as they say. Matchy, your Bears are coming up here soon. You want to get in? You want to talk about it? They went Genty. Little Genty to the Raiders. I wish I could make that. The only thing I wish I could make this freak. Oh, I can. There it is. That Cam Ward little passage. Oh, little outcast action. It was more than one. Yeah. He's still waiting. Okay, what a win for the Raiders there. Agreed. I mean, again, their quarterback room's not great. What does it look like? Is it Aiden McConnell and Gardner Minshew? That's right. Who knows? They might try to get Quinn Ewers or something in the second round. You do like that pick. Honestly, for the Raiders' sake, I was hoping a couple years ago, they got Zeus from Georgia, the running back. I was hoping he would done better for them. Why is Staconia not working? Hold on, let me restart the music. Apparently, you can stop the music. New Shogun episodes. I'm nervous since it wasn't planned. I hope that. Agreed. That's always I always talk about that in shows. Is like especially the transition after seasons 2 into 3 and 4 is some of the trickiest for a show that goes at least that long. Because more often than not, when you're constructing a narrative and like a script and stuff like that, especially if it's a original thing, and there's not like either there's not source material to adapt it from, or there's not a lot of source material, is you generally construct that pilot episode that you're going to shop around, and then that first season, maybe 2 seasons of arcs, and then when you're like, oh, this is a success, we got to pick it up, you got to kind of pick back up threads and stuff. Very tricky. Yo, I heard this remix of this song the other day, and it's so good. It's the song from. Never mind. Y'all tell me if you can recognize where it's from. Agreed, Valweezy. That's well said. Perfect back for a subpar QB, and they still might go get somebody like Quinn or maybe even Riley Leonard. Yeah, come on, Ethan. What are you doing? Um, hold on, let me turn it down. Wait, I need somebody to tell me where this song's from. Okay, so Valweezy, if you're on the phone, there should be like a somewhere in the corner. There should be like a share, the like universal like share logo where it's like a square with an arrow pointing out of it. And then that's one way to do it. Well done, Valweezy. Let's go, dude. It's a remix to it. It's so fire. Matchy, what do you want to see from your Bears? Again, Jalen Walker and Michael Williams, both here from Georgia. Um, One thing that has everyone excited about Jalen Walker again, the coach's son, he's interviewing off the charts. Everyone is loving like his character. I barely watched any college football this year. I got nothing to add really. Well, you could still tell me what positions and like where's your depth? Like, are do you think y'all might go for depth? So obviously you're straight at receiver, right? You like your quarterback. Do you go offensive line to help Caleb? You shore up the defense. Y'all did just recently get Jonathan Owens. I don't know about Tyreek Stevenson. Is he there for another year? All right, let's see some of the next best. We got Jalen Walker, Tyler Warren, the tight end out of Penn State. Again, he is a freak. He is a true game changer. I'm not saying he's going to put up Brock numbers or even be as good as Brock. He could be better than Brock. But he's that kind of game changing tight end. The hurdling, the highlight reel, the you can check it down to him for 4 yards, and next thing you know, you have a 50-yard play. He's a great blocker. Not only is he a great blocker, he's again like Brock. What makes them so special is they have all of the receiving and offensive prowess, but they're phenomenal blockers. And here's the thing coaches love. They love to block. They love that they are good blockers. They take pride in it. You see that with, say, George Kittle in particular. It's been out a year, honestly. I feel like the moment is no, 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 no. I'm someone who like I won't spoil Casablanca for you, or if I don't have to. Like if I'm in a conversation and it just depends on the environment. But generally speaking, rather not. But saying names, I had to delete that one. Ethan knows I love him. Can't have the full on names like rip. Okay, I want a new playlist. I forgot to move the Creed J playlist over. Grub. The Jets pick is in. Let's see who they go with. The offensive lineman from Missouri, I think. Armin Mimbu. That's Missouri's tackle. Yep, they did. Okay. Dude, that's a good pick. I actually am. Why is there an asterisk here? Yeah, he was most people's next best offensive lineman. So I guess the Jets they're going with Justin Fields. About protecting Justin Fields. So if you're still there, Valweezy, would you rather have Mike Green or Shamar Stewart? Is the question. All right, let's see what Shefty's saying. And we have the Panthers on the clock. Remember earlier, Shefty was telling us that the Panthers were fielding calls for this eighth pick. A new running back for Las Vegas, head coach Pete Carroll and Gino. Oh, I forgot. Wait, I forgot they got Gino. Why is he not on any of the depth charts I pulled up? Wait, Gino's that's a Brock, Genty, Gino. That could be an offense. When did they get him? Oh, my bad, hoodie. It's been okay. Statute of limitations passed. Tied in. I think I ran Ethan off. He hasn't said anything since I deleted his message. Womp womp. Oh sevens. For real, you should get verified now. Do you can you still do that on Twitter by just paying for it? Is that still the way? It's oh yeah. Okay, never mind. She answered. It's only a monthly payment. If Warren is still there at 10, Bears for sure grabbing him. Oh dude. That offense with Benny Johnson, Benny Hatino, dude. Mm. Cavs and Raiders living it up. Oh 07 Ethan, exactly. We lost a good one. Oh, what up, JP? We got your Falcons coming up here in a couple picks. Um, Let me give you a little VIP action. Appreciate you, Valweezy. I see you got it over to him. Yeah, what song? Tell me, hook me up. We suck, dude. Y'all are about to win the South with a 8-9 record. No, I'm just kidding. Dude, I actually think y'all can ball. I love Michael Penix. Add when y'all drafted him last year. But it was confusing because of the money paid to Kirk Cousins. Minutes after drafting edge rusher Abdul Carter, Giants GM said his team is picking up Thibodeau's fifth year. Investing in their pass rush. Okay, Giants. Still don't trust them. That NFL Hard Knocks definitely set them back on a PR standpoint a decade. Jets head coach Aaron Glenn had a 45-minute FaceTime call this week with the offensive tackle Armin Mimbo that sealed their decision about who to draft in round one. Becomes Glenn's first pick as his head coach. The Jets offensive linemen, none of them really jump out. Fashanu is pretty good. Put on the movie and let it go. Oh, good choice. The movie out of all of them, I love that. Only the things you love have the power to hurt you. That's deep. That's real deep, Matchy. It really is. We'll have to see how their secondary holds up. And honestly, as we've seen in the last couple years, the importance of interior linebackers nowadays, they got phased out for a while. But between 2 years ago, where you have the likes of, the 49ers, Fred Warner, and I was talking about Navarro Bowman earlier. Now his name's stuck in my head. Don't tell me. Fred Warner, and he tore his Achilles hopping on the field in the Super Bowl. Ah! Anyways, Greenlaw is the defensive lineman. Anyways, the 49ers have the two interior linebackers, Warner and I think it has Green in his name. Is it Greenlaw? Yeah, it is Greenlaw. Anyways, and then the Ravens had Patrick Queen, and he's a former Bulldog. Roquan Smith. They had Patrick Queen and Roquan Smith. All right, the Panthers pick is in. Tyler Warren. Oh, they got the wide receiver from Arizona. He's one of those. So again, there's a bunch of receiver question marks, right? Like Luther Burden, stud, ran a terrible 40-yard dash at the combine that hurt his stock. This guy, stud, but there's a lot of other question marks and stuff like that. Restrepo's the best route runner in the draft, but it's super interesting. I'm surprised they went with him that early, though. He was projected to go 11th ish, 12th ish. Panthers selling per usual. Okay. Who should we take? Who you want to? I don't. Part of me wishes we still had our second round pick. As much as I like having DK Metcalf, because I don't want to go quarterback there. I think we need a quarterback. I would have loved to found a way to fleece ourselves into an early second round pick, and we go get Will Johnson if he's still there. Love Will Johnson, and then get a quarterback early second round. But with that out of the window, I guess we have to go pick him up. Oh, they just showed a one-handed catch by Tate McMillan. Uh, Dude, he's got such good concentration, ball tracking. How about, dude, the NFC South? How about it? Back-to-back picks in the top round, and then they have a 15th round pick. I love to hate on that division. Brr. I'm gonna go IRL, cook and eat, enjoy your baseball. All right, Sal, have a good one. Any chance Jalen Walker falls? Dude, if he does, y'all gotta get him. Or even I think it's more likely that Michael Williams falls. But that would be cool. They wanted to get a playmaker for Bryce. Obviously, the Panthers had a really good final like month and a half. Damn, oh, that's cool. I like how McMillan gave him. He laid Roger Goodell. Oh, fucking on the cameras. Okay, so Cam Ward was our first. Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter, Will Campbell, Mason Graham, Genty. Can't figure out the volume right now. Is Shefty saying, dude, the Browns made a trade, dude? I'm actually impressed. Only going down 3. Still getting almost a surefire pick. Gaining a second round and a first next year. Campbell is from Monroe, Louisiana. Bill Russell is from Monroe, Louisiana. I am sold. That's all it takes. All right, let's see who we got. Obviously, Jalen Walker still there. Tyler Warren. I'm a huge fan of that Jahdae Barron from Texas. Oh, the stat I was gonna say earlier. Yo, I've been working in the background. So one thing about that Jahdae Barron from Texas is he has over 1,400 snaps played in his college career. Right? He's only conceded 1 touchdown against them with 8 interceptions. Now, of course, there gets to a point where maybe you don't get challenged and they don't throw the ball that way, so it helps your interceptions or touchdowns conceded stat. But 1,400 snaps, 1 touchdown against them, 8 interceptions. An even more impressive stat, and why I have him in this category, is he has over 300 snaps at all 4 cornerback positions. Not all 4 defensive backs. Hasn't played safety that much, but he has played, the field side and the boundary side, outside corners. He's played the slot corner, off ball corner. So he has some versatility, and he'll be able to come in and help, even in like nickel packages and dime packages, pretty early. All right, they're showing the Saints. See what we got. See what the Saints do. They're going Jalen Walker, I bet. Kelvin Banks. Again, projected high. Maybe high. I got picked higher than we thought he would for sure. He's another offensive lineman. Wow. Look where this had him in terms of their projected best overall players. They had him 18th down here. You do love that. Started 42 games. Damn. Let's see. This board had. Okay, in fairness, there was only one other offensive lineman projected between here and there, so. Never mind. I want Walker. He's there. Yeah, and again, he's a coach's son. He's been interviewing his tits off. Like people are loving him around the league. I'm trying to find where I want that. That'll work. Damn, we're sure getting a lot of footage of this young man crying. Yeah, dude, the Bears are on the clock, dude. The Bears. Yo, did you see Matchy? Did you see what Clay Matthews said earlier? That shit was pretty funny. Love the rivalry. All right, the Bears are coming out. They got two. Is that Laura Rutledge and I don't know who it is, but two honeys announcing the pick. Colleen Wolfe. Okay, come on. Oh, they're doing a whole schedule release thing. Okay, so this is a little. I get it. Over the last couple years, the NFL schedule release has become its own date on the calendar. And I think they might have actually started their little spiel by saying that. When I unmuted it, I kind of heard. But I'll go further than what they said. You look at like the San Diego Chargers in particular, right? They got their social media team is genuinely heralded, not just among the NFL circles, but in marketing circles. Like when you advertising agencies and like they're brilliant. The San Diego Chargers, the Bills, the Buffalo Bills also have a brilliant social media team. But I bring that up because it the schedule release, yeah, cool. It was its own date. It's another date to look forward to. But I think individual teams and their admins, who at the time were probably 22-year-old interns, are actually what have now made this into something that NFL want to come out and make this huge like proclamation about, right? And it's like, hey, save the date. Yo, what up, Lux? Avada these nuts. Um, well, okay, boom. Oh, the Bears pick is in. So, long story short, what's unfortunate is the NFL is gonna make hundreds of millions of dollars probably off of the event of the schedule release every year. Can we get some prayers in chat for Steve McMichael, Bears legend Steve McMichael? Okay, no offense. I want to finish my spiel real quick. So the NFL's gonna make probably hundreds of million, give or take, on that particular the schedule release and all of the engagements that it generates for the sport and the league. And it only really gained traction because of a 21-year-old, more than likely chick who is just a wizard at editing and like using CapCut and stuff like that. But the Chargers eventually they have like one of their schedule releases a couple years ago was an actual like it was an anime. It was like an episode of an anime. It was so fire. Anyways, I thought that because like now they're having a whole segment where it's like mark your calendars, May 25th. The sweetness. Yo, you Bears fans, Lux, sorry, and amongst it all, thank you genuinely for the resub. 5 months, is that what I see? 5 months in a row. So hot, so handsome. Dude, they've blue balls you Bear fans. How long do you have to wait? Dude, no way. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. There's no way y'all go. Did Matchy just sneak in here? He's probably pissed. Did I just hear a voice? Oh. I honestly thought I just heard Matchy join the Discord. Dude, first off, I thought you would go Card or Walker, like we talked about. But if you were gonna go tight end, why not Tyler Warren? Cortland is or Colston is good. Don't get me wrong. I think he's maybe a more aggressive blocker at this current state. Um, and we know with Michigan, especially over the last couple years, they've had a few games, most notably against Penn State, where they ran the ball 31 or whatever straight times on Penn State, right? So having someone on Michigan's front, offensive front, over the, from someone who's played with them a lot over the last 2 years, you're getting mean mother, you know what I mean? Like you're getting dudes who are down to get down and just run the ball. But he's also, I mean, they're showing his highlight package right now, and he's got some great catches. Don't get me wrong, he's also a little slippery, but I think Tyler Warren's the better pick. Rip Mongo, the Chargers anime was sick. It was. Warren is the best tight end. And again, maybe it comes down to like this is what stuff we don't get privy to, right? Like the fact that there might have been an interview and it could have been something as the Colston clicked better than Tyler Warren did. And again, a lot of prognosticators kind of were splitting. Some would split the hairs with Colston and Tyler Warren. I personally think Tyler Warren's better. Like I think he's a true game changer, but I also don't want to doubt Ben Johnson, right? Like maybe Colston gives Ben a better, like a more Sam Laporta skill set. He's not as big as Sam Laporta, mind you, right? But he gives you maybe more of the skill, the Sam Laporta, and that's what he's going for. I could see that because, Ben Johnson, the Lions have been the best play action team in football, right? So you're going to expect the Bears are going to get real good at play action. And one thing that Ben Johnson is fantastic at is scripting drives to set up plays. And he's really good at using like the tight end who kind of just like leaks, right? Like all of the actions going one way. You got the receiver is in motion and he's filling. You have like your play action going one way and then just slip, right? And Colston is very good at that. Like his drop of his shoulders and the things he does at the stems of his route. Maybe I'm copium. This is pure copium for the homie. Maybe for Matchy, but again, I love Tyler Warren. I actually think this could be a fire pick. The more I think about it, our dude Ryan Poles, dude, he thinks he's sharp. He's playing 5D chess. Damn, Cole Kmet is somewhere punching air or a wall. Also, I swear to God, if Shadur ends up on the Steelers, why you say it like that, Lux? It's going to take Sanders at 13 and Jerry Jones is bringing in Coach Prime. Oh, could it be? We got the 49ers up next. Right? Yeah. Dude, I don't know, man. I thought that would be Walker. Because like, all right, who are your best pass rushers right now? Sweat still, right? Y'all have one of the Sweats. I can't remember. Is it Montez or Josh? Montez? One was on the Eagles recently. It's just Sweat, basically. Is it Montez or Josh? I kind of agree with that, Lux, but I also feel like he's already got a bunch of weapons, right? Like, Adunze, Keenan, Komet, although Matchy says Komet sucks. It is Montez. Uh-oh. We lost the recap. Ooh, the Falcons. That's our next big one, right? Well, technically, we have a couple people in the community who are Cowboys fans, but I don't think any of them are here right now. Oop, the 49ers about to make their pick. Shador's rapping to the camera right now. I like how he knew that it was on him. This is for his vlog, I'm sure. Was a shell. I agree with that. Keenan was a shell of himself. I can't remember if he got hurt. I know that he was hurt for a little bit in the Hard Knocks, but I don't know in the bulk of the season. Um. Oh, DJ. Why? I knew I was forgetting another big piece. We were talking about the weapons the Bears have, and I mentioned Keenan and Adunze, and yeah, obviously DJ Moore too, right? He's still with y'all. Oh yeah, Matchy. So were you here? I forgot. Did you see what Clay Matthews did at the beginning? It was hilarious. He comes up to the podium. This is before they do the first pick, and he goes. He makes it seem like he had like an urgent message, and he's like I've just got off the phone with President Trump, and he has a message he wanted me to read out to all 32 NFL teams, and he starts like fidgeting with a letter, and he opens it up, and he's like, the Bears still suck. I thought that was great, dude. Need more of that, dude. Rivalries. Can you imagine the effing jersey sales in Dallas if uh, maybe, I mean, okay, with any big note, yeah, yes and no. I think Dak sells. Well, first off, Micah is like third, I think, in jersey sales for the last couple years. So, but I just know that a lot of them still love Dak, and I don't know how much they would embrace Shadur. What do we have here? We got some. Hold on, we need some O7s in chat for American military men and women. USA, USA, USA. I appreciate it, man. Hope school's been going well. Yeah, I said earlier I wasn't sure where that was going. There he is. Damn, over Jalen Carter. I mean, Jalen Walker. Why do I keep saying Carter? Um, Game against Texas. That's what they're about to say. Um, no worries. Again, like when it comes to like Walker versus Williams, there, I think the measurables are probably better on Michael, but the interviews were better on Jalen. And honestly, with the 49ers like culture and how many like you don't okay, let's say that was the difference, right? You're like maybe we like the physical part, not that there was much wrong with Jalen Walker, but we like Michael's physical more than okay. But if you're the 49ers with as many like leaders as you have in that locker room, Trent Williams, George Kittle, um Char various how do you pronounce Charvarius Ward, their cornerback. Needless to say, you're like we're not worried about any potential attitude problems. Dude, they're showing Michael Williams. What a dog, bro. Georgia's just been churning out pass rushers, baby. And here comes probably JP saying, and car rushers. Oh, hold on. First, I need to remove this song from the playlist. We want to remove it. Never mind. We'll do that later. Cowboys took zero time indeed. Walker was maybe seen on social media using a gas mask bomb. Dude, freaking why am I blanking on his name? He's the left tackle for the Texans right now. Laramie Tunsil, thank you. Walker was maybe okay. Man, did Walker put mayo in his coffee too? Shout out Will Levis. And shout out him spinning that into a bag, bro. Hold on, let's see what the Cowboys have. Meanwhile, it's a 6-point game. Detroit's trailing New York at home 6-point game, 8 minutes to go. Cowboys pick is in. Sports, baby. Filthy bucket from Jalen Brunson. Wow. Yeah, again, I'm glad I didn't do like a mock draft for money because this has been so hard to predict. I think Cam Ward was the only lock, and you would say Travis Hunter at 2, even if it meant going to the Browns. But then and then Abdul 3. You knew those, you just didn't know like Abdul and Travis's order. But I guess Will Campbell was known too. Even I predicted that. This is wicked though. I definitely thought Jalen would go before Michael. This guy is stoked. Oh, dude, you know he's got to be hot in that corduroy jacket or suede or whatever that is. Corduroy? Corduroy. I don't know how to pronounce it. Corduroy. Nailed it. Oh, he's already got his own little like logo and branding and whatnot. It's like a little T book. That's pretty clean on his ice. One of these days, no one's gonna know. Oh, I think this happened last year, right? Roger Goodell was coming off like a surgery or something, and they had to be gentle when they hugged him. And yeah, one of these days he's gonna be older, and someone's actually gonna like, you know, accidentally hurt the man. 49ers got Michael, Tyler Booker to the Cowboys. Whoa. All right. The Dolphins, the Colts, and then the Falconies. Deep cut. And NASCAR drivers. Imagine drive. Yo, Luck. So I actually think your Browns cooked, bro. Only going down 3, still getting, by most people's account, arguably the safest pick in the draft, and Mason Graham at a position that's always going to be needed for a guy with great engine and great intangibles, championship pedigree, while picking up not only a second round this year, but a first next year. Is this the renaissance of the Browns? Rid yourself of the Deshaun taint. Why the Falcons are not taking Sanders? They just got uh Michael Penis. I'm shocked that when the Cowboys went Booker there. Honestly, maybe not, right? Because the Cowboys had the best offensive line in football for years over the last like 7 years when they, Zach Martin. And now they're at the phase where they got to start rebuilding that. They had the other Tyron Smith, their left tackle, who's now with the Jets, I believe. I don't I think Shadur has a lot of upside. I really do, but I don't necessarily think he has more than Penix. I thought Penix was the best pure passer in the draft last year. Obviously the injuries are a worry and whatnot, but dude, and maybe I think it's kind of like watching a soccer ball get kicked too. There's something about left-footed and left-handed like activities. I don't know. They just look fire. Like if a left-footed player catches a clean volley, um, oh, that's a good moment between Jalen Milroe and Tyler Booker. And then if a quarterback is just like slinging the pill with his left arm, it just looks clean. But the anticipation Penix has is already very seasoned. He's really good at like leading, throwing people open. But we shall see. Jalen Walker is still available. I don't know if I saw this coming. I need to find. All right, after the Falcons pick, I think I'm going to take a quick little break so I don't miss too many picks. And if I do, it's just the Cardinals and the Bengals. I'm not mad about the pick. I just feel that Sanders is going to be a legit quarterback, and we've been looking for that for years. Oh yeah, you're talking about in terms of the Browns. Like, who? What is your quarterback room right now? Right, it's Dorian Green Thompson still, and Deshaun still on the roster. Yeah, Shedeur is a high floor, low ceiling type dude. Here he does have. Uh, Agreed that you're absolutely right. There is like obviously context. I would throw in Shadeur's fairness in that, as we all know, his offensive line was abysmal his 2 years at Colorado, like woeful, and so I feel like Shadur has like a damned if he does, damned if he did, damned if he did, damned if he doesn't kind of thing. Because one of the knocks on him is he kind of like with Caleb Williams is he holds on to the ball too long, and so some of his sacks people are like, well, it's because he tried to extend plays and do it right. And there's some truth to that. And then at the same time, one of the knocks on him is how much of the volume of his work was at the line of scrimmage, and it's like obviously they called a lot of that to try to offset the deficiencies that they had at offensive line. And so, like, I don't think that stat is a fault of Shador and his ability to push the ball downfield or his lack of arm talent and strength to get it downfield, and more so the coaching staff trying to compensate for their offensive line. But it is a valid worry. However, as a Steelers fan, all I have known for half a decade, essentially, is offenses that only throw the ball at or behind the line of scrimmage. Matt Canada, the worst at it. And then while I like Arthur Smith and I love him compared to Matt Canada, he also has that problem too, real bad, where Arthur Smith loves to call like run the ball dead up the middle for 2 yards. Run the ball dead up the middle for 2 yards. Dump off screen. That's your offense. Oh yeah, Flacco's on there. That's right. By the way, the last time the Browns traded back and skipped on a wide receiver, they missed out on Julio Jones. What wide receiver? Oh, Travis Hunter. Yeah. Oh, that's a bad omen. Maybe a good omen for the Falcons, though. Very good. All right, appreciate the lurk. Yo, the lights on this stage are going bonkers, though. Like, all of the Dolphins colors right now look sick. Crazy, dude. I mean, again, it's the NFL is such a copycat league. It really is. It really is. For being so lucrative and having billions on the line, you can almost feel the collective of like these general managers, especially as they're hiring younger and younger ones, of them just like almost like, yeah, let's just do what they're doing, because even if it's wrong and if ours doesn't work, then we can be like, well, we were at least following the formula. Like, right, we weren't trying to reinvent the wheel and it didn't work. Um, I don't disagree with that, JP. If his last name was Jefferson, or um, but I also think that some teams don't want to draft him because of who he is, like because of the just like headache of any given week. Is the media going to talk about, oh, is Dion coming to replace so and so and so and so? So I certainly there I agree. How do I word this? I think what you're saying weighs, or I think what you're saying elevates him more than what I'm saying brings him down. But I definitely think there are some organizations that do not want to deal with the circus of it all. But apparently the Steelers have been really interested in him recently, having gone we like well, we did something that we don't normally do. Teams don't normally do, but we definitely don't. And it involved like going to an extra pro day or some extra workout or something on like short notice. And so that's got a lot of people thinking we might go. Oh, I also agree with Penix greater than Shador, especially going into tomorrow, like this upcoming year. I really like Penix. I'm convinced Jalen Walker told the teams he eats his toenails. Yeah, this has been mind blowing. Again, what's craziest is by all accounts, Jalen Walker has been killing his interviews. Like it went like he had apparently been elevating his already high draft grade by what he's been saying in these meetings. But that goes back to the copycat league, I think, and even though they won the title 2 years ago and not last year, a lot of these players like Will Johnson, Mason Graham, Kenneth just then, Grant, I think it's Grant, right? Oh, hold on, we got the picks. There's Tyler Warren. Now that's a great pick. Again, I've been a big Tyler Warren believer. Anthony Richardson getting another weapon, a great weapon at that. Damn. Um, that's a good pick. I like that. Oh yeah, but so teams are just like, oh, let's get some of the interior of Michigan. And honestly, it goes back to what I alluded to earlier when I was talking about how when it with Colston going to the Bears, right? When you see a game where you have a top like a big time marquee matchup like Michigan Penn State, and Michigan's able to run the ball 31 straight times in the second half to essentially just smother the will out of the opposition, a good Penn State team, there's going to be teams that are like, all right, we want the linemen for that. And then obviously we want the defensive linemen for that too, because that's something that they work on in training. And like if the offense is just, knuckle clucking. Tyler Warren, oh my God, they just showed it. He even threw a touchdown. Yo, I heard this song for the first time today, and it's fire. It's a Kodak Black song. Uh, for sure, I'm not saying he isn't going to be a multi-year starter. If he is developed right, I think he'll be fine. Agreed in circus. Um, you mean Tom? How do you got me fucked up, Lux? It's Tomlin. I was like, what is his name? Exactly, right. And before that, it was Kirby guys. And there's true like, how do I word this? Uh, it's kind of like a Ouroboros in a way, right? Because the best college programs over the last 15-ish years are the ones who have clearly modeled their entire program on like an NFL pipeline approach. Like we're going to handle practices, our offenses, our schemes, our defensive schemes are going to be more NFL, I don't want to say friendly, but you know what I mean, like streamlined. And then NFL teams are just like, well, let's just go there because they have success in college and they learn how to be an NFL player earlier. But we see that doesn't always pan out. Question mark? Water? I have stream elements. What you mean? I just don't have on a lot of those. I have it. You know, there's an option that you can toggle. We got 4 minutes. The Falcons have taken their time with this one. Um, we've what was I gonna say? Oh, y'all's. So Russ says 49ers always gobble up the best edge rushers when they have the opportunity. Um, JP, imagine that guy driving 120 miles up and down the San Francisco hills. He just can't ride the trolley. Dude, yeah. Oh my God, the Falcons. I almost feel bad for y'all's organization and the way that Atlanta sports fans are, especially given historically and the way Braves country and how that all plays into the region. But like and we talk about this all the time. It goes back to the Todd Gurley pick, right? Falcons wanted Todd Gurley at that pick, not only because he was a Georgia legend and they needed a running back. Yeah, well, I mean, mainly those. And it seemed like a good pick. They didn't. They went Vic Beasley, the pass rusher from Clemson. And then obviously Todd Gurley goes to have a phenomenal career. Even though it was kind of cut short, he still was a baller. And then I brought that up in regards to 2 years ago when they drafted Bijan, because 2 years ago at that pick, a lot of Falcons fans, especially the ones who are also Bulldogs fans, wanted Jalen Carter. And of course, now Bijan is incredible, and it's hard to like regret that pick. But we've also seen what Jalen Carter became. And I made the comment back then 2 years ago was I almost felt like the Falcons, it was almost like they listened or they learned from the Todd Gurley situation, but they learned the wrong lesson. And like what Falcons fans wanted was Gurley because they wanted a running back, they wanted an offensive playmaker, and a bulldog. And they didn't, and they went defensive, boom, boom. And then so like the Falcons are like, oh, y'all wanted a running back. Oh, we'll go Bijan. And it's like, no, well, we wanted the best available player. And if it happens to be a bulldog, double whammy. They're like, what was that? Running back? Bijan. But again, Bijan's a stud. It's hard to hate that pick. But I bring that up because now their front office is in the same situation. Jalen Walker is by most accounts the best available player right now. The Falcons need more pass rush. They obviously went and got Matthew Judah last year. He played solid. I don't remember his final numbers. It definitely took him a little while to get his groove, I feel like, with the Falcons. He looks cool as hell. It's always dope to have Judah on your team because he wears the like long sleeves and he wears them in the team color. So like if the Falcons are in black, he's got a long red sleeve. It looks sick. You can spot him right away. I bring all that up because the Falcons front office in the situation. They might have taken the most time of any team so far. They have 1 minute left. And again, they're in the dilemma. One of the best available players. For them, they're not considering Sanders. So the best available player would be, although bringing a Sanders back to the ATL, dude. Magic City popping on a Saturday. Cheetah. Let's go. Best available player, a Bulldog. I think you got to get Walker here. I think you do. Let me see what y'all are saying. You think Kirby regrets not recruiting Henry Ruggs? JP, too far, bro. Too far. Ooh. Well, I guess, I mean, if anyone is allowed to joke about very scary car wrecks, you have the right, having survived one. Like, look, it's doable. You just got to have the power of will. 100% power of will. 6% speed, something like that. Y'all know the song. 5% something. F. Vic Beasley. We want Walker. If we took Carter, Bijan would have gone to Philly and had Saquon's two fucking bars, JP. Honestly, that's a great point. Because again, 2 years ago, the Eagles' offensive line was incredible as well. Now, they didn't have Kellen Moore as a play caller. And a big part of the Eagles' success this year was that, like, they had like a players only meeting and it really rallied them, and they basically went up to the coaches and said, all of the offensive linemen apparently went up to him and was like, run the fucking ball. Would that have happened to? But I agree, like they still had Jason Kelsey, they had Mailata 2 years ago, Lane Johnson. So yeah, Bijan probably would have broken the rookie rushing record. Why does it look so cold in Green Bay, dude? Their internet went out, no service. Who's? Yeah, he's always worn a red sleeves. Well, he's always worn red sleeves because he's played. Well, did he not wear? No, 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 no. He's worn blue too when he was with the Patriots and they did their color rush. So the Patriots are wearing their like red, their old school red. He is wearing a blue sleeve. Then he always wears the alternate, like a team's. How do I word? Like the color that the jersey they're wearing is not. Like, does he not wear when y'all wore red this past year, right? That one game y'all wore red. Did he not? Not one game. You know what I mean? Did he not wear black? But you're right. Historically, oh, here we go. Falcons finally use the whole clock. Why unmute? There it is. The dog going up an hour from Athens to Atlanta. Quick little drive down I-20. I think that's a great pick. I know. So JP is a diehard Falcons fan who is not a Bulldogs fan. Um, so he's not like a lot of our friends who are just instantly, if it's a great dog and it's a Falcons, get him. Um, but I do think that this is the right pick for y'all. Your offense is pretty damn set. Your offensive line's good. Y'all have arguably the best guard in football, if not the best. At worst, Chris Lindstrom is the third best guard in football, but he's one or two for me. Especially as Zach Martin's kind of, getting to the tail end. Chris Lindstrom is otherworldly. Dude, Arthur Blank is the baller. He's a baller. Um, but yeah, I think your offense is good. I think this is the pick. 6'1", 240. And again, he's been interviewing super well. The problem with both Michael and Jalen was their inconsistency throughout the year. And I think one of the knocks on Jalen is he mainly played his best ball when Michael Williams was also healthy. If you look at the beginning of the year, Georgia beats Clemson opening week in Atlanta, right? Michael and Jalen healthy. Jalen incredible. Michael incredible. Especially Michael that game. Then Michael gets hurt in that, is out for like 2.5 months, and we don't see much of Carter, or Walker. Then, of course, Walker's breakout game was in Austin, Texas. Top 3 matchup, Georgia and Texas. Georgia just obliterate Texas. Literally, I mean, the scoreline did them justice in the end. And Walker was otherworldly. Single-handedly beat the number one team in the country at that time almost. But Michael Williams came back and played. And he didn't play every snap. He didn't play even like most of them, but just his presence, we know how it goes. But Walker will have that with Matthew Judah, another elite pass rusher. He wears red because he bled in high school and it scared his mom. He's worn red. Oh, really? Okay, well, I stand corrected. I could have sworn I've seen him wear the off color of the Patriots, and I've seen him in blue. Did that really happen? He basically didn't want mom tripping, so he just is like, I'll wear red, and that way, it's like, what was I? So on one podcast or something, there's an offensive lineman who told, maybe it was Wes Welker, but some ex-football player was talking about the concept of what color glove to wear, and like you can get away with holdings more if you wear a cheeky color compared to what your opponent's going to be wearing. He kind of had that mindset where he's like, I'm just going to wear red. She can't see if I'm bleeding or not. I don't want her tripping. Because we know you don't want a Jaden Daniels mom situation. Very quick drive. I teed you up for that one. I hate myself. I teed you up for that one. Let's go, Dogs to Falcons. That was the best pick. What a steal. Yeah, that was a great pick. I think I'm kind of shocked it took the Falcons the entire time to make it. But I also know we were all shocked that Jalen Walker was still on the board there. So, a good pick. Damn, the last time I looked, it was a 6 point game. The Knicks are up. Oh, it's still a 6 point game. 15 seconds to go. Cade Cunningham misses a three. Looks like the Knicks are gonna snatch back that game they dropped at home. Was that Andy Reid that said that? That said what? Sorry, I just said a lot. If it was a quote that I said, I don't. No, maybe. I want to say I've also heard Wes Welker say that, but now that you say that, that does sound familiar. Wearing gloves, color, quote. Hmm. Okay. Wes Welker. I'll have to look. I'll have to look that up. Now that I think about it, it might have been Travis Kelsey. Okay, normally I take a break about a quick like 5 minute break every 2.5 hours. We're at 2:44. So all right, we're gonna listen to the Cardinals. Yeah, that's perfect. That gives me 4 picks to before the Steelers. I appreciate y'all all being here. This has been fun as hell. There's gonna be a yearly tradition, little side cast. Did they just drop the Zohan? Oh, Walter Nolan. I could have. I just unmuted in time. It sounded like the Zohan. Damn. This is a lot. Am I tripping? I feel like this is a lot of defensive linemen and edge. What do we have so far? Hold on. We have Abdul Carter, Mason Graham. Um, maybe I'm tripping. Michael, Kenneth, Jalen Walker, and now him. So what? 6 of the top 16. A third have been on the defensive line. More than a third, actually. No, what did I say? 6 out of, yeah, more than a third. Again, the two most important things in football: quarterback play and stopping the quarterback. Great. Elite link. Oh, shit. Oh, Kabutops! Huge Nim. Huge Nim. I should have even used one of my other better Pokeballs. That's one of my favorite fucking Pokemon, and it's a potential shiny. Juice me up, Poppy. All right, let me take this quick break. Screw the Bengals. They suck. Yo, especially to Valweezy and JP. So I've been re-listening. It's great. So I actually started about a week ago re-listening to the Carter earlier Carters, and it's worked out perfectly because was it yesterday? Wayne posted the like album cover, and I even think the release date for Carter 6 finally. But I had already like a week ago just randomly started to go back through these. And dude, there are two songs in particular from the Carter 3. Let me um there are let me display. Oop. Okay. Yep, I know you can't see the there you go. There are two songs from this that I don't remember loving as much as I now love. Um One of them, oh, whoa, 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 that's too much. One of them is Mo Fire, and then Oh No, and in particular, this part in Oh No. Hold on. I'm gonna take this quick break. When it gets right here, wait. Uh, oh, right here. I'm sicker with it. Pick a city, buy a condo, find a fine hoe, let some time go, chill. What you know about a bongo, having her mind go over a convo about dough, nothing. Dude, so good. All right, I'll be right back. Screw the Bengals. Wait, sorry, I haven't left yet, clearly. I'm trying to find the best way to do this. There you go. I'll do this. Okay, I'll be right back. Missed the pick, did I? Oh, I missed the Bengals pick. Hold on. Oh, we got another passer. The Bengals took another pass rusher. All right, we got the Seahawks. North Dakota State getting some action. That's dope. He's got a mean mustache, right? He's a offensive lineman from North Dakota State, which pretty good pedigree. And then the loyalty, turn down NIL offers. Yeah, Clipper. That's well, we know why, right? Because they want to put the game that's going to be more competitive and have more eyeballs probably on it behind the paywall, unfortunately. Um, I do have NBA TV, but it would mean putting the draft. So I'm gonna once the draft's over, I'll switch it over to that, the Clippers. But yeah, that's a bummer because if it was the other way around, I can already have the Clip game up. Yo, Nim, you want to play some rivals maybe after the draft? I'm gonna play a little snap to get my challenges done, and then I've been fiending some more rivals. All right, the Buccaneers are on the clock. The Steelers are two picks away. See, I mean, Shador's on the board still. If we wanted to go that way. Okay, let's catch up on what Shefty's saying. Boop boop boop. The Colts have looked all over for a tight end in recent seasons and finally find one with Tyler Warren, which I imagine they didn't expect to be on the board still. Jalen Walker becomes the first player from the University of Georgia that the Falcons have taken in the first or. Wow. That's crazy. You know how I go on that old spiel earlier about that dynamic of the thought. I didn't say they drafted him, but like again, it was could have gotten Todd Gurley, went Vic Beasley. Could have gotten Jalen Carter, went Bijan. That's wicked. Cardinals got well, we saw that. is emotional. Cam Ward. They got Shamar Stewart. Bucks picking. Glitters ain't gold. Okay, so the Steelers need a quarterback. Well, it's much. Well, oh, actually, here's the thing, and this goes back to. So 2 years ago, when Aaron Rodgers was in his like courting phase before he went to the Jets, some might remember that one thing he did was he kind of confirmed it fairly early by his standard. So the Jets knew and could try to plan around it in terms of the draft. Well, obviously a different circumstance, right? Not a trade situation. He's a free agent, but it I bring that up because knowing what Aaron Rodgers is going to do, I'm not even necessarily saying I'm sold on Aaron Rodgers. I think he's better than people are giving credit for. I think he finished with like 2,900 passing yards. Um, which you want 4K plus probably depending on the offense, at least 3,500. But I think what he had more than a few notable quarterbacks did this past year. Anywho, I bring that all up because it's like Shador's there, Jackson Dart's probably going to be there. Will obviously be there. But if Will Johnson or Jahdae Barron, dude. Now, granted, the Steelers signed Darius Slay, right? And extended him another year. So, wow, speaking of that, the coverage is now showing Aaron Rodgers. What was that? Was it because 20 years to this day or something? I missed why they were showing Aaron Rodgers there, but I don't know, man. Let's get secondary and we'll get Aaron Rodgers. So slow. I need to have I need to copy and paste that honestly to a clipboard. Hold on. Let me look at what JP sent me. This is Belichick explaining Judon sleeves. He sent me this earlier. He's probably gone now because the Falcons have picked. It's understandable. Um. Oh, wait. The Bucks pick is in. 1 second. Ah. Great pick. Great pick. He's a reason why again I love DK. I don't want, but given how good we are at drafting receivers, I just didn't think we needed to trade for him really, and he's one of them. Stud. I have all of these receivers that I think can be like he might not even get drafted. Luther Burden's probably acquirable in the third or even fourth because of his 40 time at the combine. Restrepo's a a second, maybe mid second. One of the best route runners coming out of college in years. And I don't know. But again, it's like do you have a second round pick and you're gonna get somebody that you is an unknown quantity for the most part, or do you go get somebody that you're like, okay, DK is a stud. Do we go and get him? I gotta change my dimensions and then music. The Broncos. Amika is a super good receiver. I think he kind of got lost in the sauce because of how good Jeremiah is, especially as a true freshman. But Amika is a baller. No, I actually remember a couple months ago during the college football season, I saw a meme, and it was like it was one of those meme formats where it's like it's one picture, but it has three pictures in it. Boom, at three different time spots, and it's like it basically said, imagine being Amika, um, and being, I think he is the all time, if I remember correctly, he's the all time leading receiver in Ohio State history, which is saying something. And it said, imagine being Ohio State's all time leading receiver and never being the best receiver in your receiving room at any given time. And then the three pictures were like obviously this past year with him and Jeremiah. And then like 2 years ago, it was Garrett Wilson and Chris Olave. And the year before that, it was Marvin Harrison Jr. So it's like imagine being like Ohio State best statistically, but never being the best receiver in the receiving room. And I was like, damn, that's true. But not to take away anything from Amika. Generation Ghetto. Hello, hello. I out the city with my head on straight. Then let out. Young Jordan Peele got to get out. The shit that I spit out. That's the like the face of the repo. How it put a hit out. Yeah, and another one. I got like 100 of them. All right, let's see what you sent me. Wow, crazy story. You could macro it. Macro. Oh, you're talking about the command. Sorry, I read that so late. My AI keeps retreating, dude. I'm retiring. I just feel like I'm not hitting my prime these days. He probably be dying. I can't wait for the Thunderbolts. It is wicked. Playing a tomb. I got a new rule. Come on, Broncos. Bro rage. I love the way that song ends, man. I pray that all of my dogs are so paid that the only thing that kills them is old age. Mel's best available: Shadur, Will Johnson, Amarian Hampton, Amarion, Josh Simmons, and Matthew Golden. See, like this draft and its rankings of receivers, it shows how important the 40 is. You know, Matthew Golden goes and scorches, Luther Burden doesn't. I think it's going to be great. I love that they chose to go with like a A24 film. I love Will Johnson. Again, best cornerback in college football going into last, or like before he was hurt, which was at the end of the 2023 season. So we missed basically all of last year. Dude, the Broncos have taken so long. Agreed, Water. Nice. Ooh, Clipper mentioned the basketball games and what channel they were on and stuff. Meanwhile, Memphis is up 11 on the Thunder. Coach Sam. Nah, for real though, overcame cancer, and he looks like he's like 16. Great pick. That's my dog. I think that's a stunning pick. Now, he's so good. Again, I don't know if they're going to throw some of the stats your boy already had, but he had over 1,400 snaps in college. He only conceded one touchdown, and he had 8 interceptions. He also, maybe more importantly, had over 300 snaps across all four cornerback positions you might play, depending if you're nickel and dime and whatnot. Both outside corners, both slot corners. He's versatile. He knows like different leverages and different depths and stuff like that. Great pick. Now my Steelers are on the clock. I would have loved Jahdae Barron personally, dude. Oh, dude, he's such a baller. One of my favorite players in the draft. Um, now, this. So again, there's been a lot of talk. The Steelers might go Shador here. We went to an extra one of his practices or something like that. But there's still talks of us maybe going, getting Aaron Rodgers. I guess the pick will go a long way in saying that. Dude, Barron is so good. They're showing his highlight package. I mean, he is just delivering. Like, he's everywhere. Got great hands. He will fly downhill, get great. um, he's like good at recognizing screens and breaking them up. I'm actually jealous, man. But we could get excuse me, Will Johnson. Oh, let's see what the Steelers do. That's interesting. They're showing our war room, and you don't see Omar Khan. Oh, there he is. He's walking around. Yo, Nim, get your man's. Come on, Steelers. Dude, I don't even know, Maine. Yes, Lux, indeed. And then tomorrow is 2 and 3. Yo, I, if Barron was still on the board, that's who I would have wanted, even over Will Johnson. I'm cool with Shador If that means we're not going to get Aaron Rodgers, I guess. I'm cool with Jackson Dart, although that would be reaching. I, I think I want Will. I think I want us to get Will Johnson, and then maybe try to get Quinn Ewers in the second or third, and still go after Aaron Rodgers. Hypothetically, Aaron Rodgers, Mason Rudolph, Quinn Ewers. Okay, hold on. No, mute. Roger Goodell. So it is a surprise. That's true, Mike. Now, the immediate question is like, what do the Steelers already have in the interior defensive line, right? We have Keanu Benton and Montavious Adams are our two main nose tackles, interior defensive linemen. Now, both of them are relatively young. I think Benton just finished his second year. Adams, actually, ignore me on Adams, but Benton came along awesomely the last couple months. Like he was really good for us down the stretch. One of actually our better performers when a lot of the rest of the team kind of dropped off form. Like TJ dropped off form. Um, and so I actually thought we were kind of comfortable at nose tackle, but I kind of like it. Here's the thing: the Steelers are always at their best since we've historically played a 3-4 when we have a stud nose tackle. Going back to Mason Graham, when we like Casey Hampton, right? Big snack. Somebody who can just eat up blockers and let the linebackers get to run a bit cleaner, a bit free. Is you love it in a 3-4. So I don't hate the pick. I actually really like it, but I don't like. I just didn't see us doing that. I thought quarterback or quarter or cornerback were more pressing, but he's he's good. He's very good. I just kind of wish we would have gotten Will Johnson there. We seem excited in our room, but I mean, isn't that what they're supposed to look like? I mean, I like our pass rush. I have to say, I like our like we got TJ, we got Highsmith, we have old Nicky boy, we have Cameron Hayward, stud, although he's probably only got a couple years left of him at a great level, and then now Benton and him. I still don't know if we needed a defensive tackle though. Hell, even an interior linebacker, although none like I love at this spot, but because if Patrick Queen goes down, I love Patrick Wilson, but he's still only a second year guy. Yo, the Grizzlies are up 15 and they're fighting for loose balls. What a play. 7.5 minutes to go in the second, though. Yo, they might not even go on to win this game, but that was a phenomenal play. Dude dives to save the ball from going out of bounds. Sick. But his like retrieval is an incredible pass to Ja Morant up court for an easy basket. Ja eventually laid it off to someone else, but damn, dude. Dude, this draft has been crazy. Crazy, crazy. I'm shocked Shador Sanders hasn't been drafted though. Am I? Maybe not. I really like. The more I think about it, I like the Genty pick for the Raiders, especially. I forgot they got Geno Smith. Them having Geno Smith, a pretty good offense on paper. Sorry, Nelly, I gotta skip you right now, bud. Hmm. Damn, people are really worried about the ow. Sorry, I'm getting caught up on chat. Imagine Sanders falls around 2 and we get him. Yo, if that happens, Lux, the Browns would have incredible draft. I saw. What? Hold on. Let me. And Shefty, he said he had a really promising thing for y'all earlier. It was like y'all have 3 picks in like a span of 38 or something like that. It is. Oh, here we go. Look, with tonight's trade, the Browns are now armed to select a quarterback in this or next year's draft. They currently own 3 of the top 36 picks, 533, the first pick Friday night, and the fourth pick Friday night. Then they own Jags first round, which I've already talked about. It's interesting how he worded this again. Pass on Shadur. Like, I feel like it's kind of narrative spinning. The Chargers are on the clock. No way. Do I even say anything? Yeah, Lux agreed. And plus, everyone knows Flacco's best in like December. Like you start him in December, it's he's God mode. So honestly, it could be perfect, right? You let it be a quarterback battle. You Stefanski lets them all think that it's 100% up for grabs. It helps Shador and Dorian's growth. Dorian probably starts week 1 or Flacco, unless Shador looks really good in camp. But then come December, if it's not looking great, you bring in Mr. Shot in the Arm, Joe Flacco. Even though they have JJ, Sanders can be developing. True, but again, they all accounts are the Vikings loved what they saw from JJ last year before he got hurt and the before the season started. No, we're not listening to R. Kelly. Smacky's comment is how I feel about the situation. Honestly, who's Smacky? Mel Kiper's on drugs. Yo, when earlier I saw you on Last of Us Part One, the game. Oh, that's right. I remember now. You're rewatching season one, and you're also going back through the game and to try to like line it up with where you're watching in the show. Did it? Oh man, that's risky. I didn't even realize I was showing a random tweet. That's so dangerous. What did it say? Do you remember? I don't want to go back to it. Censor it for me if it need be. Yo, Valweezy, have I told you about the you? We've told you about the Creed J challenge, right? I figured as a musician, you might want to get in on it. Record is 2.5. Your record or like the world record for speedrun in Last of Us Part 1? Dude, what's funny is minus the hand job part of that, I said the same thing multiple times. Like as soon as I read that what y'all gain, because even before I read the first round, hold on, the Chargers pick is in. Running back, it's a good pick. Obviously they got J.K. Dobbins last year. He spent some time hurt. There was a couple games where it looked like perfect fit, right? Obviously Harbaugh running first mentality, boom, boom, boom. We know how he is. J.K. had a really, I think he had like a game for like 140 yards, 2 touchdowns. We're like, yep, this is it. And then, kind of, I don't remember how much of it was injuries based, yada yada. But I like this pick. He was basically the best running back um at the spot, and I think in general, right? What were the other ones? Contention, because like a lot of them are in second or third round grades, like Etienne. North Carolina's had a lot of running backs drafted uh in the last 8ish years. No, the world record. I'm at 45 minutes. I'm barely into it. Honestly, I didn't even think so. This is I was almost ready to kind of switch off Karen. Obviously, my Steelers have picked. Um, but these get good here. Like these are about to be good teams where one or two picks. Now, granted, last year when the Chiefs picked Xavier Worthy and all his speed, I think we all kind of thought it would, like, they obviously still went to the Super Bowl, but we thought it would transfer and like translate to big plays more. Their offense, the Chiefs' offense, has not been good the last couple years. Um, and they still wind up having to or wind up going and getting DeAndre Hopkins. I'm obviously not writing off Xavier Worthy. The Packers, oh dude, this is like a Coachella or something, like Shakira in Medellin at a stadium. What is there's so many people there. It's the Packers pick, and they have like people on a platform throwing stuff around. Cheese wheels maybe? Beers, Miller Lights. They're just chunking Miller Lights and cheese wheels. Imagine. Obviously, if you're worried about being over encumbered in an Elder Scrolls game, you shouldn't take the cheese wheel. I, no way I'm setting a record. What without trying, if you can, without spoiling anything, keep it vague. What part of the first game are you at? Like, are you in Pittsburgh? What's the next city? Kansas City, I think. They go obviously Boston, Billstown, Pittsburgh. I want to say Kansas City. What up, Katie? Welcome back. Cucumbered. If I hit under 3.5. What about the oh well under cucumbers? That's very evocative. What about the over cumulus nimbus clouds? Oh, evocative. Dude, the Packers are going nuts. I wish I could show this. There's a crap ton of people here. Easily, and especially last year was in Detroit, so they went from NFC rival to another one. You know the Packers had to show them up. Avocado. I like that. I had a little bar in my head, but I don't know if it's, I'm trying to keep it PG for this show. It was about basically doing something to an avocado, but like stressing the O until it became guacamole. You know what I'm saying? Heading out of the city for the first time with Ellie. Ooh, so you haven't even gotten to Bill's Town yet on this playthrough? There's a Colts fan and just a sea of Packers. I wish I could show y'all just this. It's like, who cares NFL if you like? I get you don't want people to copyright steal the draft and stuff, but this one Packers guy looked like he's 62. He's looking up at the drone, like I mean, going in. What time is it in Green Bay? 9:40. Mans has like a fabricating job in the morning, but he doesn't give up. F. Yo, I love how dialed in you are right now, Lux. What's up with your school situation? Next week, last week? I know I keep messing it up, but I'm close. Michigan Will Johnson has a knee issue that has concerned some NFL teams and helps explain why he's still not been selected. Ah, cutting edge, cutting edge. And remember, it was his knee that he hurt 2 years ago. I don't know if it's the same knee. Huge crowd. Yeah, it has to set their record. Again, this is a new event, and each year I believe it set the record from the past. And the Green Bay, again, they should have been the first. And they were going to try to one up their divisional rivals from last year. And Detroit had a great crowd. All right, let's look at some of the best available. Ooh, ooh. Ooh, James Pierce is a great player too. I'm surprised he's still on the board. Jahad Campbell, the Packers. What do they need? They got a good. They got a good amount of wide receivers. They recently got Josh Jacobs, so they're good there. We got the pick is in. Hold on. It really has been such a good, like an interesting pick. I was saying beforehand, this is the hardest one to kind of gauge. I feel like in a long time, and it's proven that very much so. Just got home, gonna have some drinks and play Clash. What you sipping on? Packers take Jihad. Yep, 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 yep. Huge crowd next week, finals week. Okay, I didn't need to hear all that. I thought they were gonna pick it earlier. Come on. I like the Jihad Campbell. I can see that. I can also see them going someone, another edge rusher, Mike or James Pierce. You know who I really like? I have him here, Nick Emanori. Imagine, dude, cinema if they draft Shador and they're already going for the next little pipeline thing that they're known for now. Although he'd have to wait a while because Jordan Love is still so young, but imagine. Oh, dude. There is a Lions fan who is doing everything he can to hold a giant, like, cutout head of Dan Campbell. And when the camera is on the shot where it's on the podium, the crucial shot, there is going to be the word in blue, Lions blue, grit. And if he can hold it, oh, nice. They changed it. He was trying to make it to where basically the Lions imprint was going to be on this Packers pick regardless. Make your pick already. We know it. Cool. All right, that's a cool flex. Okay, bro. The self glaze is engulfing right now. I feel like I'm encased in the self glaze like one of those flies at the beginning of Jurassic Park who's in amber. Wide receiver, Matthew Golden, another weapon. I didn't think they'd go wide receiver. You know, they got Christian Watson, they got Jaden Reed. They're a bit inconsistent. They're still raw. They have a lot of room to grow, but I didn't think they'd go with that. But it's hard to question. You know, earlier we were questioning the Bears getting Colston instead of Tyler Warren, and I still think Tyler Warren's overall better. But it's who am I to question Ben Johnson? You know. But that is a good pick. Another weapon for him. Drunk Katie on Rivals, vodka and gin mixed together, or like you started with one, ran out, and now you're finishing with the other. Oh, vodka and ginger ale. I'm a big Jameson and ginger fan. I've never had vodka and ginger, but I mean, but whoa. Here we go. Lock it in, Katie. Lock it in. Oh my God, Clay announced the pick. Dude, say the name and get off the stage. Yup, interesting. Wow. Yo, Clipper, how about the we were hating on well, I don't know if you heard me eventually respond. You said the thing about the Clippers being on the NBA TV, right? Grizzly. I eventually responded to that and I was like, well, we know why because there's more interest and the series has been more competitive between the Nuggets and the Clippers and they want to put that behind the paywall. It sucks, but that's the reality. And then what ends up happening is the Grizzlies are up freaking 16, 26. Wicked. Oh, what ball movement there on the. Oh, please score this. That's a gorgeous basket. I'm gonna pin this. We gotta make, dude. Right at the 2 minute mark. Memphis's 71st point. I'm talking first a 3/4 long pass. Boom. First time like touch pass to dude on the corner or the slot, and then he drives another sick kick out. John Morant looks hurt. That's not ideal. Up 20 something, almost 30, but you lose your star. That was filthy, though. What a possession. Wait, did Matthew Golden grab the mic? Is he the first? I missed what he said, dude. I can't remember a time where anyone has ever grabbed the mic. Honestly, if you look at the front row, it looks like there's more Lions and Vikings fans up close, and then Packers deep, deep. Dude, what did he say? I've never seen a. I don't think I've ever seen a player grab the mic. I would be showing out. He does not look very happy. He looks so upset. What did he say? Dude, imagine you grab it, you don't want to go, especially imagine you don't want to go to the team and that team is hosting the draft that year, right? And you grab the mic and like, someone get me out of here. Get Eli and Philip Rivers me. Please, please, Philip Rivers me. Get me out of here. Oh, they're showing his highlights from when he was at Houston. Filthy. Yo, did any of y'all manage to catch what he was saying? I'm just gonna stay here and watch you burn. That's alright because I love the way you lie. Love the way you lie. Crushed it. Yo, Katie has me wanting to take a little shot ski. Shot ski, plot ski. First I need to figure out why my thing isn't growing. Amen. Amen. All right, I didn't think about that whole concept. It's gotten too long. There's been too many picks. All right, just as a recap, we got Cam Ward, Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter, Will Campbell, Mason Graham. The Vikings just picked Donovan Jackson, another lineman. Another Ohio Stadian. Mason Graham, love that pick from the Browns. Keep in mind they traded down and the Jags traded up. I love how Shefty, it was almost cruel, but after that trade happened, he goes, just as a random tweet, he's like, the Jaguars general manager is a 33-year-old and he's the youngest in the league or something like that. It's like, because a lot of people are like, damn, also a first round next year? Uh-oh, what just happened? Giants are back on the clock, or were they already on this pick? The Texans? Oh, we got stuff popping off. I gotta pause the music. Oh, if they go get dude, imagine they get Shador or Jackson Dart here. I think I like Jackson Dart more, but I don't know. I also know Lane Kiffin's offenses are great and they can make people look very good. But Dart had some throws, obviously in particular against Georgia, that were elite. I mean, over the ear hole of the linebacker, flung in there. Okay, so that happened. I have so many windows up. Let me get that out of here. Shefty. Boom. For the first time since 2002, when they drafted Javon Walker, that's already been that long. 2002. The Green Bay Packers have used a first round pick on a wide receiver. At 23, the Golden Giants are trading back up into the first round. ESPN sources: the Giants get pick 25, Texans get the 34th, the 29 or the 99th, and then they pick up a third round next year. So the Giants move down 9 They gain an additional pick later. Or the Giants move up. I'm sorry. The Texans move down. Get an additional pick later in a third round next year. I actually think that's really good from the Texans because if you're here and you're the Texans, you think about their roster. Like, is there a player that they like it screams out they need, and like there's not someone else that they could get 9 picks further down, and you get an additional pick later and then a third round next year. Yo, this Lilo and Stitch remake looks good. I've never actually seen the original, but he was just drinking a lava lamp, and I mean, I'm sold. Like top off, chugging a lava lamp. I love the world. All right, the Giants still haven't picked yo though. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of wanted Barron. I'm a little bummed. I like what we did. I like Harmon, but yo, I can't get the rest of it, man. Wait. No, damn it. Oh well. Oh, wait. We're just gonna have to run that. Running that for now. That'll do, pig. That'll do. Yo, you know what's funny? All right, I'm gonna. This is. I try not to be thorny, but and I appreciate Water following me through Ben. But what's funny is him asking me to use Stream Elements, and then him also mentioning he's in school. There's a chance that I've had Stream Elements on my stream for about half their like. Let's even assume I don't know Water's 18, right? I don't know. I've had Stream Elements probably since 2017. So we're getting right around half of Water's life. Sorry, I was scrolling up to see if I missed anything and I saw and it reminded me. That was never gonna like be the indicator though. Because let's see. Probably seven. Oh, hold on, the Giants picks in. That's a good pick. Again, I like Jackson Dart. Granted, I watched him tear up my Georgia. Damn, dude. Great draft from the Giants. Dude, this is all scripted, right? This is all scripted. The Giants go on Hard Knocks the very first off-season one ever. They lay an egg. The whole what's it called? The whole Saquon thing is laid bare for us all to see, right? And then and then they go and have a draft like this, right? It was always they wanted a comeback story like Kim Kardashian, you know? Um love the pick. Getting Abdul Carter and Jackson Dart, I'm not gonna say it's gonna instantly lead to them winning a division because their division is harder than the AFC South was when so what I was gonna get at is it's gonna make you think of what the Texans did recently. Now the Texans did it way up higher in the draft, but they got CJ Stroud and they got Will uh there's been so many Wills. Will Johnson, Will Campbell, Will Anderson from Alabama, obviously. Um and that boom transformed their franchise. I don't want to put that much on Jackson Dart necessarily. I think Abdul Carter's that good. Like he's ready made. But long story short, this has the potential to be something like that, right? You get your quarterback, your elite defensive player that could be the cornerstone of your defense for a decade potentially. Plus, it's such a shot in the arm to a franchise, right? Like, there's nothing like it. Oh, sorry, Lux. I was saying, so for example, like that one that says what August 12th, 2024. If I had to guess off the rip, that was probably when I added what's it called? The Frosty tools. If I'm remember correctly, that's when I added Frosty tools. And because of my OCD and how I'm like I don't trust like even though Clipper shared with me a an ad blocker that I can install or he didn't, no one ever knows. We watch ads around here because we love capitalism and commercialization. But anyways, um he he showed me if I wanted to go down that path where, and I still haven't done it because part of me is like nervous to install too many things on my computer. Anyways, I bring that up is because anytime I've added a new bot as and then you go to add them as a mod, I unmod every like mod that I have and then I do one at a time and I test it. One because I want to see how they like interact with each other and if they stack commands and right yada yada. And then two, I'm just OCD. So if I had to guess, that's probably when that did it, or when I added WiseBot. But anyways, you get what I'm saying. I think a decent way would be. Okay, hold on. Sorry. Dart over Sanders. Wow. Kim K Def had a comeback. I mean, this is huge for them after their whole mess up with the Jones contract. It really is. Like that's why I said it facetiously, but there is like it's like for them to have such a bad offseason. I'm gonna take it a first step further. For them to have the Falcons traded back into the first round. Um, for them to have such a bad offseason and it goes so wrong to where teams do not want to do hard knocks this upcoming offseason, right? Rams traded their pick to the Falcons. There's an edge rusher. Ah. Two pass rushers from the Falcons. I mean, it was far and away. Let's establish something. Now, the Falcons is like far and away worst problem last year was pass rush, right? I think they finished last in sacks, like outright. Uh, Meanwhile, they have a defensive minded coach, and I always believe that if I was a defensive minded coach, I would want to draft offensive players more. Um, I'm sorry, defensive player. Like if I was a defensive coach, I would want to draft defensive players more, and then go get offensive players in free agency because I would always believe that I could coach up the draft picks, and so I would lean defensive, and then I would fill out my roster and free agency on offense, yada yada. Raheem Morris, maybe he's thinking the same. His worst problem was clearly the pass rush. I actually think the Falcons secondary is very good. They had basically, on paper, they had the best safety tandem in the league with Isaiah Simmons and Jesse Bates, right? I think by the end of the year, you'd have to say the Broncos, or there's a couple contenders for best safety pair by the end of the year. Broncos are probably the leader for me. But to wrap up the point, the Falcons are good in the back end, right? AJ Terrell is incredible. He obviously tore his ACL, so last year was his like kind of getting back into match fitness, and he looked great by the end of the year. I think that's great from the Falcons. We've already established their offense is pretty solid, have depth, have people at multiple positions. Secondaries, they have AJ Terrell, two great safeties. This is what they needed. I mentioned earlier that I was surprised. There was all the talk about, one, we were surprised how far Walker fell. If you go back to around the 19th pick, I was looking at who was left. I was like, I'm surprised James Pierce isn't coming up because he's a stud too. Anyways, I like that from the Falcons. I do. Let's see what Shefty's saying and you guys are saying. I really need to get caught up on y'all. I'm glad y'all knew the reference from the Kim K thing. Obviously, one of the best bloopers from a comedy in recent years, for sure, in the last like 20-ish years. Perks and Rex would be wild. I hate getting shot in the arm, hurts. Perks and Rex, whoa. Falcons are good in the back end. Giants are where quarterbacks go to die. It's the elephant graveyard. Nice Lion King reference. I like that. That's an elite question. Maybe that deserves, Lux, that kind of question deserves like a proper, like a platform. Like maybe even me having a whole scene for it. Cartoon as a kid, Nick as a preteen. That's a good answer. It's short answer. I'd probably say Cartoon Network. I got a Dexter's Lab emote. But now when you say Disney Kids, or you did say Disney Kids, right? Yeah, Disney Channel Kids. Does that include or is that just the Disney Channel? Because that's tough. There's the period where those Disney Channel original movies, I talk about them on here all the time, slapped, right? Smart House, Luck of the Irish, Motocrossed, so fire. And there's a lot of people who'd call that movie woke right now. And those people loved that movie growing up. And it's so fire, right? Motocross banged. So many good movies. But I'd have to say Cartoon Network. I'm still to this day I've never been a big SpongeBob guy. I say it that way. What I have seen I love. And I'm not saying I didn't like it. It hit its stride after I aged a little past it, and then I never, got into it. Now that can be controversial. Did I finish the Dexter thing? No. Nim, when you said, and now this was a while ago, my mouse, I don't know why, it just made me scroll up to like literally 10:51 when chats were, but it helped. I missed a chat you said earlier at 10:55. You said people are upset about how they changed the Alien. Are you talking about the Alien TV show that's coming up on FX? That's coming out on FX soon? Is that what you're talking about? Okay. New York might be taking him here 1 year behind Russ. Then they give him the keys. Would make sense. Yep. Okay, then the follow age thing. You've been streaming since when? I first streamed. The first time I ever clicked going live would have been 2015. But the place I was living at with some buddies didn't have the best internet. And so the first real year of dabbling would be 2016. Dabbling multiple times. 2016. Got the code name Kids Next Door and iCarly experience. No love to Disney, I see. Wow. Whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, I like. Oh, I just saw it. We're killing this draft, dude. I love it. I really do, especially since again, we know how important pass rush is, and that was by far y'all's biggest weakness. I think next you probably would want to go another offensive lineman, or um, another cornerback in case. Well, A, to add depth, and then B, in case AJ Terrell gets hurt again. Dude, every time I go to scroll up, it scrolls up so far. Now you're getting that. Say that to Creed. Say what to Creed? Never mind. You don't have to answer that. That was 5 minutes ago. All right, I'm not gonna get caught up. Walker fell, and now we get an edge. Great 2 picks. I want to be a Forg with a jukebox. KD juke. Maybe Detroit go. Ooh, hold on, the Ravens are picking. Stinky Ravens. No! 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 That actually hurts. No! I love Malachi. The Ravens just got Malachi Starks. Not only is he a dog, so remove the Georgia thing. I think that's a phenomenal pick. I think he's an incredible player. He's easily one of the how do I was gonna word this? Oh, he would have been one of the best overall defensive backs in the draft, the best safety in my opinion. They obviously a couple years ago drafted Kyle Hamilton from Notre Dame, which fire about Kyle Hamilton, and I was jealous. I was like, damn, that's going to be a good pick for them. Is Kyle Hamilton so good at being a hybrid safety in the modern day game? He can run with tight ends. He's big enough to get stuck in and like fill the gap. Malachi Stark isn't necessarily that in Kyle Hamilton, but he will play off that really well. Dude, Malachi's a dog. And of course, his 2 interceptions that we talk about on Creed Center on this channel months ago, he has 2 fire interceptions. The one against Clemson at the beginning of this past year, and the one a couple years ago against Oregon, also in the opening game of the year. I hate that as a Steelers fan because I think that's a great pick for the Ravens. I hate it even more because he's a dog, man. That stings the nostrils. Why they gotta do that? Oh, let's see what the Falcons. Hold on. In regards to the trade, so the Falcons traded up. They basically dropped. Damn, that's a big drop. You know the Rams. You got. Okay, so the Falcons had to give up a first-round pick, and then their 7th this year. They do pick up a third round. So the Falcons will have an extra pick tomorrow. They do give up their first round pick next year. Bro, that hurts. Like, actually stings the nostrils. Not Malachi to the Ravens, bro. Yo, Katie, you know earlier we were talking about juice box, and you listed those options, right? And then you just did it again. Well, a couple minutes ago. The funny thing is, I didn't actually connect the dots the first time, but you saying the second time, you actually do because you have a child. So like your juice box selection is probably pristine, generally speaking. Oh, that looks. I just saw the fall of Ja Morant. Dude, it's like it's one of those things that we know you don't want to wish injury on anyone, but and we're not wishing it. But we're like, dude, if you keep high flying like that, like you're a trapeze artist, that kind of stuff can happen. It's what's inside that matters. I thought it was like the motion of the ocean or something. Oh, the Lilo and Stitch movie. What alien? Like Stitch? Again, I've never seen it. Or do like aliens invade and that's kind of part of the plot and like Stitch helps the Hawaiians fend off an alien invasion. Is that the plot? Yo, what up, Yasko? Sorry I'm seeing this late. I've been catching up on chat, and then a new pick happens, and then I go on another spill. I'm super sorry. That was 6 minutes ago. I hope you're still here, Yasko. My bad. Not, sorry, bud. Most can attest I'm really good at reading chat normally, but this is a unique event. You know, first night. We be sipping on apple juice. You know what I want now? Apple juice and vodka. I missed. Oh, no, dude, it was a shiny Arcanine M, and I missed it. The question does remain: where does Sanders go? Earlier, I think Lux mentioned, does Detroit go for it? They obviously have Jared Goff, played at an MVP caliber level last year. Now, obviously, because of how good Lamar and Josh were and Joe, he wasn't actually in contention, but I mean, he played out of his mind. Um, but he's also like 35, 36 years old. So this punch got me feeling funny. I'm so bummed about Malachi to the Ravens. Rolling down the street, smoking Indos, sipping on Forg's gin and juice box. Got my mind on my money and my money on my mind. Bars. Um, yeah, I hate that Malachi. I think I feel tipsy. Dude, Ed Reed 2.0. Hey, Miss Carter. All right, now y'all got me wanting to put music back on instead of just lo-fi. All right, say less. The Lions pick is in. All right, the Lions pick is in. They did not go Shador. Dude, Shador. This is what I said at the beginning too, and a lot of people prognosticated is that the Shador could go 3 or he could go in the second round. Like that's what's crazy. He's gonna crush y'all trouble for years. He's gonna, dude. He's why you gotta say it like that? Honestly, up until the second game against the Ravens, and then of course the playoff game, I actually felt like as good as Kyle Hamilton is for them, he hadn't done like he wasn't good against us. But yeah, that changed in the last 2 games. Same with Lamar. Like we had, that was a running thing. Like Lamar could literally eviscerate any team in the league, and then he plays us, and just we had his number. But then that's also gone now. We've lost that psychological like warfare edge. Dude, the Falcons going double pass rusher. I like it. I really do like it. Lions with old Williams. I'm from the south. South. All right. Take. All right, y'all. I want Wayne songs. I need everyone gets one Wayne. Nope, 2 Wayne song suggestions. Giving up there. Yo, Lux. Again, you're one of the smarter, really the smartest, one of the smartest, one of the smarter Twitch chatters I've met. But you keep getting your there wrong. There you go. You fixed it. It's Miss Parker. I fumbled. Y'all did. Let me actually get caught up with chat. When you gonna let me read in the past? We are so advanced. You won't even read this for 5 minutes. I know you missed it, dum dum. L reader. Only way I can help you is if I was in at this point. Wait, so round 2, please, Browns, please. I am back, left to run, hoop and shower. I wish I could hoop. That's not for you, Mr. 2008. Definitely a mix of Cartoon Network and Disney, but mainly Disney. We're at a commercial break. The Commanders are on the clock. I forgot this thing went on as long as it did. This is a. They really are milking the shit out of this. A 3-hour event and counting, by the way. 11 o'clock. We got 4 picks left. Washington, Buffalo, Kansas City, and the Eagles. Hmm. It's almost Friday, and y'all know what that means. Yo, Hoodie, have you seen season 1 of Andor, by the way? There's 3 new episodes. Do you have you have school tomorrow? I really hope this doesn't go on for another hour. Let's even what's left really? What did they get? Again, apparently there's yo, the Commanders loaded up too. They got Tunsil, who we referenced earlier with the bong. Debo, Javen, Kinlaw, who I was thinking of when I was trying to think of Greenlaw. I still don't know his name. The linebacker. Green. Ugh. So I wouldn't be surprised if the Commanders go with Jihad Campbell. We were talking about him earlier. Keep in mind, the Commanders went and got Bobby Wagner last offseason, and he was great for him relatively. And like we all know, he's an incredible career, but he's certainly past his prime now. And getting Campbell, and then maybe letting him learn under Bobby Wagner, because I think they still have him for another year, would be a, a scoop. Dude, it's not just the Rugrats movie, but the fact that they went offensive lineman, a tackle. We see all of the teams who have gotten they're like, we know we got our quarterback. We're content. Almost all of them have certainly gone tackle because it's like, this is our guy, protect him. So the Bills are on the clock. Another team that I can see Jihad Campbell being useful for and good for, uh, because the Bills, one of the things that have kind of plagued them over the last couple years is their defense just gets banged up. Um, Tre'Davious White, they lost Matt Milano for long stretches each of the past 2 years, including him getting hurt for a long time when they were in London last year. Um, Tre'Davious White, who was the other one? Poirier. So, and which they don't have anymore, but I come out the scuffle without a scuffle, dude. I love Wayne, and I've been such in a Wayne mood lately. Did anyone else suggest? Okay, I'll listen to Dance Now, but we're doing Wayne right now. You do have school prom Saturday. Yo, should I go ahead and watch the second episode of Last of Us? Um, as opposed to what I think, like, what would be the alternative? Waiting and watching it with my sister? Well, this is the only night I'll be able to watch any new episode Sunday, so you can wait and watch two in one night. Then yeah, you should watch it. I was gonna say I think my sister's already seen it. If it's about that, I think. I don't quote me on that. Actually, let me go ahead and say this. Don't if you do watch it tonight, don't talk about it as if she's seen it, because let's just assume she hasn't. Oh, that's a great shout, Nim. The Buffalo, they're showing a mean kind of stat. The Buffalo Bills since 2019, they have 78 wins. It's the most in a 6 season span without a Super Bowl appearance. Harsh. Yo, Katie, you still out there? We're gonna play Repo after this. Repo. Come on, Bills. I just took a picture of you chat. You're cute. Dude, I'm pissed about Malachi, bro. Not that I saw us, like, it's not like I wanted us to get him. I mean, I would have liked it, but we obviously already have Minka and Deshaun Elliott. In fact, a big part of us falling off like we kind of did at the end of the year is when we were without Elliott for a couple weeks. Without him and Corey Trice and Deontay Jackson. Yo, the person who's coming out to do the Bills pick, his kicks are fire. He's got Bills colored J's on. Oh, dude, look at that. That's awesome, bro. Dude, him pumping up the crowd is so good. Neuromuscular disorder. Dude, this is awesome. They went defense. Great job by this guy. Love that. That's a good pick. I thought they would probably want to go linebacker, but damn, dude. Will Johnson still down there. This I honestly thought even if he got picked top 18, I put him in this with the assumption he might be top 18. And I thought that that would still be good value because he could have been a top 10 if it wasn't his injury. But whoever does eventually get him, assuming he can play even just 3 to 5 productive years in terms of like the injuries not ending up plaguing him, he'd be such a good pick at wherever he goes. Such a good value. So what I do like is all of these have been picked pretty early. I guess Walker and no Barron was the deepest. But again, I preface by saying I wasn't saying that Barron's gonna go top 5 or anything. I just thought I loved his versatility. You were getting a well-rounded defensive back off the rip. Let's see what we got here. The Chiefs. I think the Chiefs traded. The Chiefs and the Eagles swap picks. How about that? The Eagles are now on the clock. Let's see what Schefter has to say about that. There. Next time I have to apply for a job and whatnot, and they're like, "What's your skills?" It might be like multitasking for sure, because if they could just see how many windows I have, different monitors, flippity floppity. Eagles trade. Okay, so apparently the Eagles, I guess they wanted to trade up, which seems interesting. To the tone of giving the Chiefs, like basically the Chiefs just go down one pick and they pick up an entire pick. Now 164 is what, the 5th or 6th round, so it's not an illustrious pick, but that is enough Wayne. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Especially since I'm not even using the stream elements like play thing, so those will all be lined up next time we do use that. I still don't get like we'll see what Howie's whipped up, but I'm sure the Chiefs are like, sure, we're going down one. We pick up another pick. What's the deal with the Clippers? I'd like to think that I eventually, and by eventually I mean probably within 90 seconds, eventually pick it back up. I trail off, but I find routes. I'm like a park ranger. Yo, this dude is swagged out in the inside of his coat. We've seen that a couple times over the last few years with like family photos and whatnot on the inside of the blazer. And damn, the crowd has definitely thinned out. All the Packers fans are like, I'm going home. It's cold. Clips up 17. Dude, both games pretty big. A 15-point game in OKC. Well, I guess I mean technically in Memphis, but you know what I mean. All right, let's see. Nim. My homie's still walking. Dude, the Eagles make this trade as if they knew who they wanted, right? Why else would you do it? And we've like, dude, the NFL can suck our ass. They are milking the shite out of this. I imagine that the Eagles put their pick in the moment that they announced the trade. The NFL was just like, ooh, another chance to run 2.5 minutes, 3 minutes of ads, while the Eagles are thinking, even though the Eagles pick has been in, I'm boycotting. What would the Eagles even want? They got the receivers, they got the quarterback, they got the offensive line, they got the running back, they got the pass rush. I guess secondary help. Could they go Will Johnson here? Or my boy Nick Amenwori? Honestly, if the Eagles got either one, that I think that'd be a fantastic pick for either. Dude, this is insane. I'm literally feeling the concept of a sunken cost fallacy before our eyes. Because part of me just wants to say, no, I'm not watching anymore. I don't care about the Eagles and the Chiefs freaking pick, not at the cost of an additional 4 minutes of ads. Here, we're probably gonna get another 3 minute one before the Chiefs pick, mind you, right? Um, but then it's like I've already committed. I'm already here. The broadcast is finally showing the trade that happened kind of. I mean, they talked about it, they showed it before, but like the actual pick compensation. So that 160th or whatever it was is a fifth round. Oh, the Eagles are picking. How about it, dude? Okay, that's a good pick. Earlier I went on my little spiel about interior linebackers. I got derailed because I couldn't remember Greenlaw's name. I still don't know. No, I didn't fully get derailed because then I talked about Roquan Smith and Patrick Queen. I didn't get to the point about how important interior linebackers have grown to be again. That was 2 years ago. Last year we saw it with Zach Bond, I think is his name. He was the linebacker that went to the Eagles and then wound up leading the NFL in tackles. Was huge for him. All right, come on, Eagles. So the Cleveland Browns are going to have the first pick tomorrow and I think the fourth or something like that. They're going to have two back to back, basically, like two very quickly. So it has to be said, you got to love what the. I like what the Browns did, getting Mason Graham, trading down, getting Mason Graham, and picking up a second and a first next year. And on paper, I love what the Giants did. That organization, there's still a lot of head scratching, but and I was saying it facetiously about the whole. It's scripted, but to finish that point, it was like again, they have such a bad offseason in that Hard Knocks, right? So bad. The Saquon stuff, the Daniel Jones stuff, the fact that the general manager of the Giants asked his kids, not like that's fine. Like just hearing all the different voices, like asking your kids who they would pick is that's but the fact that his son was like a savant. I don't know if anyone saw the clip of the general manager of the Giants when he answered the question. Like he was like, dude, it wound up being prophetic. He was so good. But it made the Giants look worse. Then a couple months ago when a lot of coaches were being fired and general managers and organizations were cycling and stuff like that, a lot of people were surprised that the general manager of the Giants didn't get fired. And all of that said, you get here and they arguably had the best draft so far. Um, I wonder why the Eagles moved up for that. Did they think the Chiefs might get Campbell? That's interesting. I don't like them just giving the Chiefs a fifth round. Campbell at 31 is crazy. I was with you of teams maybe picking them earlier. I definitely started to believe it around um in between the Lions and the Bills. Sorry. All right, Chiefs, dude, please don't give us another commercial break. Hopefully, the reason we had a 6 minute one is because they wanted to go ahead and get the Eagles and the Chiefs in and be like, hey, we're going to go back to back, show you the Super Bowl champs picks. What up, Leafy? Will you? Heard you're a baller. I heard you were a baller. Dude, the Malachi to the Ravens hurts the soul, bro. I like what the Falcons did. The Falcons, I like Falcons, the Browns, and the Giants are probably my winners of day one. Without seeing any of these players play a single down in the NFL. Jeff D. Yeah, I just don't understand why they made the trade unless they were worried about the Chiefs getting Campbell, but I think I the Chiefs could use another running back, right? Like Isaiah Pacheco is fire, but he's just gotten a little bit injury prone, I think, for their liking. All right, we got the Chiefs pick coming up here. I would say they go running back. I just don't know if there's one good enough for them. That makes sense, actually. That's again when it comes to franchises that have their quarterback, their franchise quarterback. There's very like even if that player doesn't end up being good, it's hard to look back if you're like evaluating a general manager or whatever and be like, you shouldn't have picked a tackle there. Like when you one of the safer things to do when you have a great quarterback is at least you're like, well, I was trying to protect my franchise quarterback. I couldn't help that they didn't pan out. All right, that's the first round. Again, if I had to, let me do this a little. Um, crazy that I'm saying that, dude. The Falcons, the Browns, and the Giants. But they are my winners of the day, I think. I really like what they did. Boom. That's a good pick though for the Chiefs. All right. Let's see. The Grizzlies are up 11. Still the whole fourth quarter, and with basketball, that game can turn like that. I wouldn't be surprised. I just woke up. My roommate basically woke me up to say, "Do your damn homework. You have 17 missing assignments that won't do themselves." Yeah, W roommate for sure. Yeah, agreed, agreed. I've kind of forgot when I was yapping about running. I was trying to just quickly gloss over their team, and like Pacheco's absence last year was felt. Clyde's Edward Hilaire hasn't fully panned out like we all thought he could, but they absolutely need a tackle. Some teams addressed really well what they needed. The Falcons by far needed a pass rush, and they went and got two. Getting Jalen Walker, they're gonna obviously hope that that's their Jalen Carter. I know it's easy, both for name Jalen, both from UGA, both a pass rusher, but um, yeah, him going to 15 was kind of crazy. I did not see that coming. Dude, if that happened, that'd be fire. Bro, y'all would literally have the game as your cornerbacks. You'd straight have Denzel Ward and Ohio State, obviously, and then Will Johnson. That'd be fire. Obviously, Will Johnson probably wouldn't look to start day one, especially if he does have a niggle. That's why teams have been worried about him. But um, yeah, that would be a fire pick. And y'all got Shador. If y'all did, I see it possible. Let's see. Hold on. I want to see the second round. All right, we can get rid of that. W day. I'm glad I did this little overlay. Bars. It is Freestyle Friday. No, it's not. That's in a little longer. What a feeling. What a feeling. All right, let's see what's up with day two. I know y'all are first. Day two. Let me close out of some of these websites. Rounds. Round two. Browns, Texans, Titans. I mean, you can see the Titans potentially going for him, right? But other than that, getting Shador here seems likely. You'd have to think that Shador doesn't make it past the 37th, right? Like, I don't see the Raiders. Well, actually, again, I keep forgetting they got Geno Smith. So maybe. Clips are up 24. Oh, yeah. And again, the Steelers got rid of our second round. Like that, we lost our second round in the trade with DK for DK. I can't speak. I've lost it. See, this was ours. Seahawks getting bam bam. Yeah, I could see y'all getting it. Is that who you would want? Will Johnson, boom. Dude, that'd be fire. See what the Browns are looking like. Can I go to their team or nah? Okay, don't even care. Cleveland, there it is. Depth chart. Oh, y'all got Kenny Pickleball. Oh, Kenny Pickleballs, dude. Small Hands McGee. Oh my god, you're right, Lux. Wow. That shows the effect of ring lights and monitors and talking for 4.5 hours. You're absolutely right. So yeah, y'all if it comes to it, I don't doubt. If y'all wanted him, Shador should be there for your second pick. I definitely hope y'all don't waste your first pick because I think you know that he'll be there for the 34th. Flacco and Kenny Pickett balls, dude. Wait, what happened to Nick Chubb? Nick Chubb leave? Where did Nick Chubb go? Oh, so right now he's teamless? Is he teamless right now? He gone, bro. Powell is having himself a game. Is he? Ooh. Hold on. Holy shit, y'all are beating their ass. What am I looking for? Oh, yeah. Damn, you love to see that. All four of your big four, double digits. 13 is the minimum, and that's Zubac. Harden already with 20 in 26 minutes. Long may this continue. Only 4 turnovers. 7. That's not. Ugh. What am I looking for? Agent Westbrook. 3 points in 9 minutes. A turnover, a minus 16, bro. Granted, they're all pretty bad minuses because you're losing by 24, but. All right, back to the boom. Yeah, I can see it. Again, like. Yeah, Emerson's not really like well known. I love Denzel Ward's obviously a stud. Like he's incredible. Re-signed him. Now you got Mason Graham. Grant Delpit also a stud. Dude, Will Johnson. And the thing is, again, not only can he learn under Denzel and especially Denzel, I feel like with what y'all have, he wouldn't be required like to play day one. He could get right, get that knee looked at, and then you unleash him in the second half of the year or even a little before that. I'd be happy with it, but every time I place hope in them, they lose. I can't believe I forgot about Cam Ward. That seems so long ago, and that was one of the true, like, locked-in picks. We knew that was happening. Browns are trying to get him for cheap. Henry gone, Chubb gone. Henry who? Oh, Derrick Henry. Y'all are mutually, yeah, okay, got it. You're all world running backs leaving you. Makes sense. All right. That was fun. I'm definitely not going to be, I'm not going to do this for days 2 and 3, but I want to do that each year. The only problem is the homie Will Neff also does one with like S-Fan and whatnot, you know? They get a big stage and they have these monitors and it's like a full-on production. I wanted to do more predictions too, little gambas. All right, Nim, this definitely went longer than I thought, but I'm still down to get a couple games in of rivals. Lux, you joining us? Yeah, the tailgates like if and I actually think I have footage of me saying this like 6 years ago, but it was like there were two things that if I could have like how do I word this? That like if my stream can enable, and it was one, I would want to like be able to be a variety gamer, right? Like I wouldn't want to be shoehorned in and can keep my audience across games, and or I would want to be able to do that, like do my like taste of college football, and because I love college football, it's my favorite sport. Um, Having tailgated at like I've tailgated it in Gainesville at the University of Florida, in Columbia at the University of South Carolina. I've done Tuscaloosa, Athens, Atlanta, Knoxville, Oxford, Starkville, Birmingham for the PapaJohns.com Bowl many years ago. So, needless to say, I've been in a lot of environments and atmospheres, and I want to convey that. I want to broadcast that. So it was super dope that Esfin can do that. But I want to do it better. You're not home? Ooh, where are you at? Like the library or something? All right, you're down. Sounds good. I think I'm gonna call it there. Me not even remembering the Cam Ward thing there is that. But I'm down to play Rivals off stream. And Lux, if you were home, you know you're more than welcome to join us. Never tailgated, but the vibes seem immaculate. They can definitely be. Especially, it's always better when you are in a city that you're familiar with too, or the people you're with know, because it helps to beat traffic. It helps to know where to park. If you have a dedicated spot that you know, like, oh, we go to the Myers Quad, or we go to behind the Baldwin building, or something like that, and you know where you set up, and then over years, and this is the case across the country, but I definitely know it's super strong at Georgia, is that becomes a tradition for you and your family. But likewise, it does for the family next to you and the one over there, and then that gets passed down, and then kids like grow up with each other. Like, they'll go and throw the football, and then they almost become like cousin. Like, I genuinely have two people that I know that I'm close with that they're basically like cousins, because I essentially would spend on average 4 to 6 Saturdays every fall with them and hours with them. You know what I mean? So it almost became like, yeah, super dope. Yeah, I would like to do some rank ones if you're cool with that. Little PlayStation vibe for you. But yeah, I'm gonna bounce. Star appreciate y'all being here. I had a blast tonight. I hope it was leaving a little bit entertaining for y'all. Clipper, sorry I let you down. I'll try to get better about remembering my train of thoughts. Um, Lux, love you, dog. All the lurkers, everyone who swung by, you're very cute. Y'all have a good night, though. I'm exhausted. Also, go Clippers. Please beat the Nuggets.